Hi, everyone. Good morning. It is very cold today. I'm back in the hoodie again, no t-shirt. So we are currently on lunch break. Well, not we, but the court is currently on lunch break right now. I want to revisit Terry's testimony. We didn't finish it yet yesterday. He testified about 2 days ago, but I believe Owens, Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, said that they're going to finish with Terry's cross-examination. So I don't know if it's going to be today. It's going to be tomorrow morning. From what I've heard so far, I think they're aiming to do closing arguments. What day is today? Today's like Wednesday, right? Yeah, I think they're aiming to do closing arguments like by Thursday noon or something like that. So wow, this trial is already wrapping up. It's just wild. I feel like it went by. I mean, they go by so quick. It's only 2 weeks, so thank God, short trials. But yeah, let's. I want to kind of finish up Terry's testimony, and then we'll go through today's testimonies. We had a couple of more experts that testified for Gwyneth Paltrow's side. We had a neuroradiologist, neurologist, and one more individual. I don't remember. Hi. Hey, what's up, everyone? How's it going? I hope you guys got the Discord message, by the way. I put in a little announcement in case you missed a notification on YouTube. So while they're on lunch break right now, they should be back in like an hour. We have to count down. What does it say right here? 1 hour and 10 minutes. And you know what? Knowing them, it's probably going to be longer than that. All right. So this is Terry's testimony. He's being cross-examined by Steve Owens, which I didn't know that his first name is Steve. But he's being cross-examined by Owens, and Owens is talking about Terry. Why did you tell different, doctors that you're out unconscious for 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and they are just referring back to the deposition right now. So let's start with when he starts asking about it, and then I will speed up a little bit because I think they talk pretty slow, and I think we can speed it up. Fine. Okay. Let's do this, and let me know if I need to adjust the audio or anything like that.
Line 7. When you first tell your healthcare providers a few seconds, and then later it turned into 5 minutes, and then later it turned into 10 minutes, do you know that you gave varying answers to people? And then whenever you can pull it up, page 95. Yes. The witness says, and then can we go to the middle
Diane,
paragraph?
hey, David.
Yes, I do. And that was referencing the fact I personally did not know. I was not a witness to how long I was unconscious. And so somebody told me it was...
I wish I could get a copy of all the depositions. I love reading depositions. I love reading court transcripts and all that. I want to get a copy, but it's really expensive to get them.
2 seconds. And somebody said...
Each page could be like 15 cents.
10 seconds. 10 minutes. And so I didn't know. It was hard for me to say. And then, next paragraph. It depends on my visit. If I want to make a deal out of it, and that was the reason for my visit, then I might say for 10 minutes. I might pick the worst. That's kind of how we are. We go to the doctor's attention. We go to get the doctor's attention about a specific thing. And it wasn't at that point how long I was unconscious was not a point of relevance for me. That's your testimony, correct?
I'm confused by those statements. So,
yes or no?
Yes, it is.
By the way, when we took your deposition, there's a lot of formality to it, too. You're placed under oath just like the one you were put on today. Yeah.
Hello, Corky Redding and SorrelCal. Another crazy trial. Hi, Linda. Yeah, it's so cold again today. Oh, yesterday was just getting warm, and I got to wear a t-shirt yesterday. Now we're back. We're back in the hoodie. I think I need to buy more hoodies. I honestly thought I had enough hoodies, but because I only wear hoodies now on stream because it's so cold here, I think I need to buy more. I feel like if you look at my YouTube streams, it looks like I'm just wearing the same thing over and over again.
And your counsel's present. You were able to talk to them before? Yes?
And I think I had, 11 hours or so of deposition?
I can't really hear you, sir, but my question is, you had your advice of your counsel there.
Yes.
And I asked at the beginning of the deposition, is there any reason why you can't give me your best testimony today? And you said no, correct?
Yes.
And I even told you, I think, that if you testified differently at your deposition, then you would in front of this jury.
Hi,
call it
Min.
to their attention. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And you took an oath, and you then had the opportunity to make any changes to your deposition transcript. Is that true?
Yes.
And did you?
No, I don't remember making any changes.
I wonder, when was his deposition taken? Because, honestly, he doesn't know how long he was out unconscious for. Like, he has no idea. He could only rely on what, Mr. Ramon said, his friend, right? But I honestly think he should have just been like, you know what? I didn't know how long I was unconscious for. I was just ballparking it, and I have no idea. Sometimes I said 5 seconds, 5 minutes. Like, I had no fucking idea. Like, I don't know. I feel like he should have said that. I have no idea. I was just making up numbers. But all I know is I was definitely unconscious because I was knocked out, and then I was slowly waking up. So that's where I came to the conclusion that I was unconscious. So he should have said he didn't know how long he was unconscious for.
Changes. I think I made 2 with you.
Oh, was it 3 years ago?
I said 2 corrections and that I remembered.
Okay.
And Gamer Dad.
You didn't make some, and counsel told you let's not submit those.
I haven't looked at these depositions at all.
Terry, know they lost his case? How do you know?
Dispute.
Did they say
that,
something earlier?
Well, I heard you call Eric Christensen,
Spring,
Deer Valley instructor for
yay!
40 years, a bully. Did you say that?
I did say that, yes.
Oh, Eric
He was
Christensen.
yelling at your face.
Yes. I figured out. I didn't actually know that until.
And we'll meet him at 1 o'clock.
Oh, this is so
Deer
snarky.
Valley's known, or at least puts itself out there, doesn't it, as like the most customer friendly they could possibly be. Do you agree?
I agree.
Have you guys ever been to Deer Valley? Let's go to Deer Valley. Is it expensive to go
Were your
skiing there?
skis
What are
on
the
or off at
passes
end of the
like?
collision, do you know?
Absolutely, they were on.
Okay. So
Absolutely.
you do remember some things after.
Yes.
Okay. And Craig, by the way, you said you weren't here for your daughters, but you haven't been here for several statements, right?
Several, yes.
It was more than just like, I don't want to make my daughters uncomfortable. You haven't been here for many.
I didn't.
Yeah. And Sam Goldstein said part of the reason is you don't take criticism well. Do you agree with that statement?
I always want to be a better person, and I even tell my kids, if I'm doing something wrong, tell me, I want to be better.
All right. So do you agree or disagree with this statement? Mr. Sanderson does not take criticism well.
Hard for me to measure that. I've not been around other humans as much as I have been in the past. So it's hard for me to measure that. Honestly, I don't.
Do you agree that when Whitney came with the toboggan, she asked you what happened, and you said, I don't know. Do you agree with that statement?
If that's on the record, I don't disagree with it. I don't remember that particular part of our interaction. I just remember she said something to me, and
It's the first question, right? Ski patroller comes up. By the way, you've hurt yourself before skiing, true?
never needing help, right?
Before
Yes,
this
yeah.
incident, though, you injured your knee.
I had, when I first learned to ski,
Did he really? They released Terry for the remainder of the cross. However, Owens will be calling him this afternoon as an adversarial witness in their case in chief. They have an expert to get through.
first year.
They just have an expert to get through.
So
Okay.
you don't dispute that the first thing Whitney asked you was like, how are you? And what happened? Do you agree those are like the first two questions?
I have no recollection of those questions. I don't. I would think she would reach out to me, but I don't.
Did you ever complain to Deer Valley about Eric Christensen, like I was treated like a bully?
I had a lot of time to think about it.
Yes or no?
I don't know if I did. I think when I contacted Deer Valley, I was just after I wanted to find out who hit me, and I wanted to copy the records, and I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, you never once wrote to Deer Valley like, hey, your ski instructor is a total SOB to me. He treated me poorly.
That's correct. I didn't bring it up because I did not want to cause some anger from them. I wanted to copy and find out who hit me.
But 7 years later, you're here saying he was terrible to me, just terrible. Craig Ramon said, words to the effect that
Brandon, hi. I don't know why the
said to
emails
Ramon,
come out like that.
your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow. Did you hear those words?
I did.
You personally heard them with your... So now I want to be clear because I'm not trying to confuse you. Did you hear them when you were on the ski
No.
slope? Okay. And Ramon did not do anything to try to set the...
I mean, I do believe that Eric Christensen did say your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow, because then how else would Craig have known it was Gwyneth Paltrow that hit his friend, right? Because he kept talking about Gwyneth Paltrow, Gwyneth Paltrow, Gwyneth Paltrow. So I do believe that part at least.
record straight at that point. Do you know anything about that?
About who hit me?
Correct.
When we got down into the
At that
medical
point
care.
was my question. On the mountain.
Yeah, on the mountain, but in the shed. I was
Okay. You said your skis were on after the collision. Do you recall your head being downhill or uphill?
absolutely downhill. I was going down, and absolutely.
So several witnesses say the opposite, and you disagree?
I disagree absolutely because I couldn't get up.
And where was Gwyneth's head when she came to arrest? Head
I have-
down, head
I-
up?
I have no idea. As far as I know, she didn't exist.
Because you didn't see anything.
I was out. I had no idea. Everything else is what I heard.
Did you tell Eric Christensen, according to his report, that she appeared right in front of me? Yes or no?
No.
So he just made
Never.
that up.
Must have.
Deer
Because
Valley just falsified a record. Is that your opinion?
I never would have said that. I knew.
Terry should have reread his deposition. Would have benefited his memory. Well, if he's having he's like having like old people issues, like possibly like dementia, which his doctors say he doesn't, but the other doctor said that he might. Maybe he did try to read it, and it didn't really help him much. Maybe it was hard for him to remember things.
Where it came from.
You know you sued Deer Valley in this claim, true?
Yes.
Objection to notice? Sustained.
And we're not dealing with any of that today. True? We're not dealing with...
Objection, relevance, move to strike.
Sustained. The question is stricken and the jury should disregard.
So, Your Honor, I just want to be able
Hi,
to
Dory.
ask if you're willing, you're not suing Deer Valley today.
Your Honor, objection. Third objection now. Move to strike. Again.
Sustained, stricken,
Okay.
disregard, please.
Nice try, Owens. Nice try.
I hear you saying you were flying through...
Owens wants the jury to know that initially he did try to sue Deer Valley Ski Resort, but then the court dismissed it. So everyone's trying to snake that in there. Kristen's like, no, 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 no.
Deer after
Oh,
she
no, you
gave you.
don't.
Did you say those words? Yes
Today?
Or, yes or no?
Today?
Today.
Today I did.
No, David. Oh, God. Yesterday's trial was...
With regard to relationships
a
prior.
little painful.
You had 2 divorces, true?
I did, yes.
And then, was it about 10 years of just dating various different other women?
I guess I wouldn't know exactly. Wouldn't be unreasonable, maybe.
Well, I'm just saying if the incident occurred in 2016, when was your second divorce? About 10 years
30
earlier?
ago.
Like 09
I'm
or
thinking,
something?
30 years ago, I'm thinking.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, it's nice that Carlene, you had found a nice partner, but you were not engaged. Is that true?
We were not.
And she was actually living hundreds of miles away from you?
We went back and forth. It's 3 hours, 4 hours maybe, the most.
A couple hundred miles, I think, isn't it?
I don't know.
St. George.
Yeah, the jury's not supposed to hear it.
We'll move on.
Thank you.
Oh, it's not like the jury, like, can I hear that? It's not like the jury or like, can I hear that?
Do you recall saying that you agreed that saying I'm famous was a crazy thing to say?
No.
Agreed?
Absolutely, it's not me. I don't buy into that.
But it was you, right? Just to be clear.
Unhear that,
When you say
okay.
It wasn't me, it was in fact you.
It's the other personality that's inhabiting my body right now.
And you blame Gwyneth Paltrow for that.
Yes, no question.
Do you recall having a kind of a stroke event like 10 years or so before the incident?
Yeah, but that diagnosis has been changed.
But it's an ischemic retinal occlusion.
Probably due to a
Man, what if we have some internet randos that come out? Hey, I got the GoPro. I got the GoPro. It's here. I caught everything.
migraine.
And you lost your right eye in that.
I lost some vision in that eye, yes.
And that was one of the reasons you retired.
One of many.
In terms of your anger, do you agree you sought therapy for anger management about 10 years ago?
I don't.
Or 15 years ago? I guess 06, about the time of your second divorce. Because if you deny it, we're going to pull it up.
I don't remember that purpose, but yes.
You're blaming
was I
autocorrect.
seeing a shrink or...
So you can't ask me questions, unfortunately.
Sorry, thank you.
All I'm trying to have you say yes or no, and then we go to documents if we need to. So do you agree that you were seeing a therapist at the VA for anger management about 10 years, even before the incident?
I honestly don't remember, but if you say so, I believe you.
Yeah, I can't testify. So if you
I don't-
dispute it, then we go to the record.
I don't look at these records. I haven't. 5,000 pages.
So you don't dispute it?
I don't.
Okay.
So I'm assuming they weren't able to get any of the doctors that Terry met with at the VA.
And did you tell Shay that there was a GoPro recording?
Absolutely not.
Do you recall at the exact time of this event, going down the hill, you were sort of crossing over to the right? Does that sound accurate?
No.
You were always on the right?
Yes.
Okay, Christensen is going to testify this afternoon, so we'll talk about that.
Yeah, so Christensen said Sanderson was going left, right, and he was making these really wide turns. Meanwhile, Gwyneth Paltrow was making small radial turns, I think that's what they're called. And she was just like kind of like on the right side. Oh, God. All the stories are so different.
And do you agree in the 5 seconds or so before the collision, there was a female skier, kind of beginner-ish, on your left?
Yes.
And do you agree that you actually tilted your head to the left to sort of confirm that you weren't going to hit her, that she would be okay?
After the accident?
5 seconds before the accident?
No.
Did you so testify ever?
I saw her. I don't know. What
So-
I remember is I always saw her. She was a little uncomfortable, and I gave her a little more room, just kind of what you do.
And
Passing on your right?
And did you turn because of your right eye is blind?
No.
Did you turn toward her?
No reason
Hey,
to.
Coco.
Look, you did not.
No.
Okay, we'll pull that up in
Please.
probably at our next visit. How happy you were with her? True.
I did, yes. Give her
And-
both
Woody the
credit.
toboggan
You
person.
both read it. It's pretty articulate, pretty detailed, right?
It is.
You knew you were being subjected to a brain test, like a memory test.
Well, I'm not. Okay, go ahead.
right? Didn't you tell us that? When she said, I want you to remember some things.
Yes, oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, you knew you were being subject to a brain
Oh, and
memory test.
I've never focused so hard.
And you came through with flying colors, right?
I
You
did.
did them all?
I did.
Remember President Trump said they gave me 5 things to remember and I got them all. Do you remember this?
I don't pay attention. No.
Sustained.
You called her a sweetheart and then she entertained you. And that was all really within a half hour of the incident? A half hour of the collision? Is that true?
I don't remember the time frame. Carlene may have been there by then. I don't know. She was helpful.
But it was at the base where the toboggan went down to.
Yes.
That wasn't, well, tell me, is that at the bottom of Deer Valley or is that a mid-level
Mid-level,
clinic?
I think. I think it was mid-level.
All right. And
Oh,
is there a picture of you two in a wheelchair smiling? Do you remember that picture?
I haven't.
What happens if you're skiing and then you realize that your skill level does not match the slopes and you're like, oh God, I can't go down. But like you've already got off the lift. What do? Do you just like stand there and then you like flag a ski patrol and then you like ride down with it or something? What's gonna happen?
Seen it.
Ever?
I don't remember seeing it. No.
Shay mentioned it, that there was a picture of you and maybe...
Or do you just like ski on your butt and then just like slowly slide down with the poles? You just plow down.
Was it the Instacare? Do you remember any picture of you in the Instacare in a wheelchair smiling?
No, I don't.
Okay, and I asked you about it and you said I just smiled because they told me...
If somebody says smile.
Someone said smile and you smiled.
I don't
Does this
remember.
ring a bell from your deposition?
It does not.
Okay.
But that's.
So you took a picture of Whitney, right?
I did.
Composed that very nice email with all the details, and then you sent it to your group.
Probably. I don't say I composed it. I could have had Carlene's help. She made it in there then.
And that's, well, you did it though, right? You came up with those exact words. Carlene
You
didn't
did.
do that.
I may have helped her.
Well, she doesn't know she grew up in Michigan, that she's
Exactly.
won the Deer Valley collision, or the Deer Valley Grand whatever race, right?
Here, let's listen. I didn't get to this far yet. Listen. When
I'd love to be able to talk about it in the context of my first of my
So you have
opinions.
to listen to the
I'll have to
judge.
deal with the objection. That's okay. That's quite all right. I will do that. Maybe we could do that over
I haven't gotten
lunch.
to this witness yet.
And do you have another area that you want to go into for the next 5 minutes?
Seems like this is a good time to wrap up.
Okay. Why don't we take our recess now, and then we'll return at 1:25.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you remember when he said it, David? Was it before this witness came on?
I think he's excused. Sorry, Mr. Sykes. Do you have another minute under oath?
Of anorexia from the ski accident.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Andrew.
Now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth.
Got nothing here. Back to the live.
That's right.
All right.
She doesn't know that.
Do you think Carlene was present at the Deer Valley Clinic?
I know she. No, she wasn't at the Deer Valley Clinic. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No. It was
I
when we
may
got
have
home.
misunderstood
She was
her.
on her way.
Do you remember Carlene didn't buy into this? Was that your quotes in terms of your... did you say those words just like an hour or two ago?
Carlene didn't buy into what, Ms. Jones?
Do you remember saying those words? She wasn't buying into this?
What was the question?
It was why your relationship with her deteriorated after the collision.
I misspoke. I absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not sure I understand it.
Okay. To be clear on that issue, and I realize I'm jumping around, but I'm keeping an eye on the clock. Did you, with regard to Carlene, it sounds like you shut it down. You shut the relationship down. Is that true?
I made a very strong statement that she was going to be better off without me. Yes.
And you told her that?
Yes.
So Carlene was here a couple days ago and said, he never told me. Did you tell her? I had no idea why.
I told her what I said. What I thought I said was, Carlene, you got to run. I don't want you stuck with me. And I know you would stay by me. I know she would.
So then you started calling your daughters. It sounds like even before the I'm famous thing. Is that true?
I don't remember that, honestly.
Shay said she took a call from you about 6 something.
Okay.
So about 6 hours later.
Okay.
Have you ever read her depositions?
No.
By the way, or Jenny's?
I told him I wouldn't.
Okay. And
Didn't
they
read
had even
anyone.
expressed like, hey Dad, we're kind of concerned because we got to talk about you and how you were growing up and things, and we're kind of
Oh, hey,
concerned
Sherry.
it'll hurt your feelings. Do you recall this?
I didn't know why, but I don't remember them telling me that. I decided that before.
Deer Valley Hill. You take a picture of Ramon and one of the other skiers, and they're all smiles. Did you know that?
Boy, that's a little bit. I do kind of remember that.
Can you bring up the picture of
I
Ramon?
do.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe that did happen.
And
I don't remember them being smiles.
okay, we'll
To
pull
people.
it up here.
Okay.
And do you have
Apparently, there was a picture of him like in a wheelchair at when he was at like the nursing station. Where's the picture though? I want to see it.
the number D? Working.
Smile.
When you went, memory of that?
I really don't. I don't remember if I had an X-ray. It's like,
Okay, I think the physician assistant's coming tomorrow, but he wrote no signs of confusion.
Oh.
Do you dispute that?
no, I wasn't there. Not him.
Do you agree that in your post-collision talk with Shay about 6 hours after the incident, you told her, "I'm okay"?
That would be me. My
Yes.
parents didn't find out I was divorced until the last day. I don't want to put them through that misery. I don't share my information.
All right, so I think that's a yes, but I'm going to re-ask it because we need to get it clear. At 6 o'clock, just 6 hours after the collision, did you tell your daughter Shay, "I'm okay"? Yes?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
Thank you.
Overruled?
And then on the hill itself, with the accident having occurred just in the prior minutes, do you agree that someone asked you, "Are you okay"?
That is absolutely, beyond a doubt, wrong. No one spoke to me when I was needing help. No one stopped. No one.
So your testimony is Eric Christensen just sat there and looked at an unconscious man for several minutes. Is that your testimony?
Yes, he never said one word to me that I recall. Maybe when he got me up.
So
Like, I do find it hard to believe that no one would be like, "Are you okay?" Like, even when you're in a bad situation, you know that person calls it. You kind of be like, "Are you okay? Like, you doing good over there?" But the thing that I thought was weird was that Craig Ramon said that his friend was out for 2 minutes unconscious, and Craig Ramon kind of just like stood there. I'm like, you didn't try to like flag someone down, try to get your friend help. You didn't check his pulse or anything like that, like he was just like spread eagle, face flat into the snow, and you just like stood around. So that I thought was kind of weird too.
Ramon, although he did try to change his deposition, did say that at one point
You're
said,
sick? Did you go to
"I'm
the
okay."
doctor?
Do you dispute it?
I disputed.
Now,
I
to
never felt
dispute it,
okay.
you have to know everything you said, right? Like, I know everything I said, and I didn't say it. Are you saying you have a perfect memory of what you said on that hill just after the collision? Yes or no?
I knew.
It's argumentative.
That's not argumentative.
Overruled?
Yes or no? Say yes or no, please.
Question again, please.
Yes. Do you agree that you do not have a perfect memory of what you told others in the 1, 2 minutes, 3 minutes after the collision? Or do you have a perfect memory?
Well, that word is so ultimate, perfect. No,
Right.
the answer would be no, it's not perfect.
Okay. So it's possible you said, for instance, Eric Christensen is going to testify, first witness this afternoon, that you told him, "I'm okay." Do you dispute it?
I disputed. I
Okay.
never felt safe and like anybody was there to help me.
And then
I would not have said it.
He's about to testify that not only he was there, but a ski patroller duo came over. One of them came over and said, "Do you guys need any help?" or words to that effect. And that you consulted with Ramon.
Strep throat. That's like something you gotta get like antibiotics for, right? I have a friend who just came back from Asia, and apparently they've had this cough for like over a month now or something like that.
And then said, "No." Do you dispute it?
I absolutely would have said no. I never said safe.
So I don't want to say what I would have said. I want to know if you remember. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember.
In fact, you don't even remember that ski patrollers came by. True?
No,
Well, neither
I do
did
not
Gwen
remember.
though.
Yeah.
She didn't remember either.
No. I see 20/20 in that eye.
Did you have a cataract in that eye?
I do.
And that cataract's been removed
Yes.
since the ski collision.
Yes.
Decreasing blind in right eye. Was your left eye decreasing 1 year before the ski collision?
Increasing in visual acuity or
Sorry.
in prescription?
Decreasing. Was your left eye decreasing?
Yes. Getting less need for prescription, but not the visual acuity.
Now, in addition to your stroke, you also had your heart was not perfect. Do you agree? Before the ski collision?
Perfect. Of course, I couldn't agree with the word perfect. No.
You had palpitations? Agreed?
Had them most of my life.
Yeah. How many years?
40 years probably.
And what's the lay term for palpitation? Is it
All right, so we're gonna go through all his medical
It's just a
history.
little out of sync that happens when I'm really tired, or if I've been on the treadmill too long or running too long and hard, then it will get a little funny sync. It's called PCVs.
So your beat's off. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but it's nothing.
Yeah.
I noticed it doesn't change.
Okay. But you were on two different high blood pressure medications. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And that's because one wasn't adequate. You needed both.
Well,
Objection relevance.
We're going to his. I can explain if you want, Your Honor. This event changed.
Later witnesses to which this forms part of their opinion?
Sure, his overall health. Yes.
There's no claim that his heartbeat or anything was affected by this accident.
Your Honor, he says this has utterly changed his life.
Yeah, just a minute. Counsel, would you approach, please?
Approachamundo. They approach a lot this that one day. All right, we have about like maybe
Maybe seated. So, counsel,
45 minutes? 45 minutes.
Consistent with the motion in limine ruling that the court gave before trial, Mr. Sanderson, you can certainly step down. Absolutely should come in. If they're not relevant, they should not come in. So there will need to be, I need from you an assurance that this is a conditional relevance situation and that you will tie in the relevance later and not just a vague statement from an expert that this guy had a lot of health problems before. I need to know, it needs to be tied in. So maybe you want to look at the reports or depositions to make sure that whatever it is that you're examining this witness on will be tied in later by a medical expert as to the relevance either before.
Okay, and that's it. That's the end of Terry's cross-examination. I guess they never, I don't know. They're really running out of time. Okay, let's, so we have about 45 minutes left. Let's do this. Duplicate and end of Terry's testimony. Let's catch up with today's testimony so far. So we have, I think we're starting with Dr.
B-L-A-C-K.
Dr. Black.
Thanks.
Dr. Black is a neuroradiologist. He did not examine Terry directly, but examined the brain scans of Terry's. And, you know, I think, I should have wrote my notes this morning, but basically this guy, Dr. Black, the next guy, he's the neurologist. So there's neuroradiologist and then there's neurologist. Again, both these doctors, both these guys did not examine Terry directly. They looked at the imaging and stuff like that. They're going to echo what Dr. Edgley said. Remember Edgley yesterday? He was the guy that was on the stand yesterday, spoke kind of slow. And they all say that Terry's brain scans, the abnormalities that he had in his brain scan from 2019 or something like that? I think 2019, were the same as the imaging from the 2009 brain scan. Like there were some little like white parts here and there. They said it was the same thing. And I remember Dr. Edgley said that Terry, if he suffered from a brain concussion, that effect would only last for 3 months. If it's anything longer than 3 months, he would attribute it to maybe like some sort of like maybe it's like anxiety, depression, or some other like mental issues that Terry might have. And then these doctors are basically just saying like, oh, the brain scans are the same, and that they think that what Terry is suffering right now is not a result of the brain concussion. Based on the imaging, they just think that his brain is just naturally deteriorating as an old person. So again, we're getting contradicting statements between the experts from different camps. And I would think I was in the middle of the cross-examination for him. This guy, who was this guy? Who this guy was? Oh no, he's the neurologist. I'm getting it mixed up. Neuroradiologist in... No, I got it right. Okay. All right, we're good, right? This is when they're arguing in the beginning this morning. Okay, so neuroradiologist looked at the scans. Neurologist, okay, also looked at the scans. And then the same guy, break. Okay, where was I? Examination. Oh, hey, Rain. How are you doing today? How's it going? Hello. But I do remember what Dr. Fong was saying. So Dr. Fong was the, I think she's like Hawaiian. She was a Hawaiian doctor that met with Terry. She did like a video deposition. And Dr. Fong was like, well, if Terry already had these pre-existing conditions, the fact that he suffered a brain concussion made him even more at risk. And that could be why he has such prolonged issue that's lasting up until today. Hi, Diane. How are you doing today? How's it going? Let's start it to this person's testimony. I'm not sure who she is. And then we'll work our way from there. All right, new person. Hello.
The court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. Would you take a seat and then state your name and spell it?
Okay. My name is Angela Eastvold, ANGELA EASTVOL.
Eastvold. Okay, so we have Angela Eastvold. Oh, I think she might be the counterpart to Dr. Fong, because Dr. Fong was the neuropsychologist. So I think she must be neuropsychologist then. Neuropsychologist. And then we had Dr. Black, neuroradiologist, and then we had a neurologist. I don't remember his name. I'll have to go back and get his name later on. Okay, she might be the counterpart to Dr. Fong.
D.
A doggy show? I don't think they're here. Oh, they are here. They're kind of here.
Thanks for being here, Dr. Eastvold.
A doggy show.
And I believe, Your Honor, you said we have...
There you go. There's a butt.
You have a hearing at noon, and so we'll be quick for the first part here. Would you like to end right at noon or a little bit before?
Maybe a couple minutes before would be great.
Okay, great.
1 or 2.
Sure. I'll keep my eye on the clock. Dr. Eastvold, what do you understand your role to be in this case?
I was hired to review the records and provide opinions on the facts around his injury.
Okay, and were you asked to look at Dr. Goldstein, plaintiff's
It is
psychology
Steve's butt.
expert, and his evaluation in particular?
Yes.
But you looked at everything. You looked at all the records?
I did.
And we don't have to name them all. There are thousands, correct?
Yes.
And they span what period, do you recall?
2004 to 2022.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So she's the counterpart to Dr. Goldstein. Reviewed Dr. Goldstein. Goldstein, do you guys remember Dr. Goldstein? He had that wonderful, beautiful curly hair. I think he did really well on the stand. Nice curly hair. Kind of reminds me of the Wedding Singer with Adam Sandler, like the old school styled hair. And Dr. Goldstein was Dr. official title. Dr. Goldstein. Control F. Sam Goldstein was, psychologist, and he did neuropsychological tests. He was the guy that was talking about Terry. I think he did a really good job on the stand, but I felt like he said a lot of things that did not sound good for Terry. He talked about the confabulation, and he thinks that, it's possible that Terry might engage in confabulation, but if he's lying, he's not lying because he doesn't mean to lie. I was like, why are they bringing this up? But okay. All right. Right now I lost my place.
And I think
A cat did come in here and poop, though.
We'll do what we did with Dr. Hesh. You have a report that also has some headings, and that will help us take you through those. But if we may start with just a general understanding of your expertise and why the jury should listen to you about these matters.
So I'm a board-certified neuropsychologist. I have a PhD in clinical psychology with a specialization.
Oh, yeah, she is a neuropsychologist. I think Dr. Fong was also a neuropsychologist as well. But Dr. Fong, ran a clinic that helped treat people with concussions and other brain injuries.
In neuropsychology. I then completed a 2-year fellowship at the Veterans Hospital in Tampa, Florida, where I received 2 years of specialized training in the full spectrum of...
Oh, wait, sorry. I want to mention this. The previous expert that they brought on to contradict the previous expert that they brought on to contradict one of Terry's expert. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I feel like Owen did it on purpose. Apparently, the guy that he's contradicting, Dr. Gibby, they used to be partners 10 years ago. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I'm like, Owens, man. I wonder if he purposely got oh my God, you used to be the partner of him? Okay, I want you to come and testify, and I want you to speak out against him. You used to know him.
Brain injury from mild to severe. And brain injury has been my primary area of expertise since.
Brain injury.
I was then a faculty in the neurology department at the University of Utah for 6 years. And during that time, I regularly lectured to physicians and psychologists and trainees on concussions and provided continuing education courses on concussion diagnosis and management of this. And then I since 2011, I've also been an independent consultant to professional sports teams as part of their concussion protocol. That is all required now. So when a player gets a concussion, they are required to have an evaluation by me in order to be cleared to return to play. So I am deeply involved in concussion, and for the past 2 years, my work is 80% concussion.
Oh, great. Okay, let's get to the meat of
To
it.
that concussion if you had one.
Oh, we just go to the meat of it.
Yeah, we'll get to it, but just for the general overview.
In general, that if you suffered a concussion, it was at most a mild concussion.
Great. And what about the symptoms connected to that concussion if you had one?
I believe that the symptoms resolved, or the symptoms that were there might be better explained by other conditions.
That pre-existed the collision?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a good just general overview. Anything else you'd add as a general overview of your opinions?
No.
That's a good, just short. Again,
It's a good
we'll get into
introduction.
details.
Yes, there's a lot of details. I'm
James like, we practiced this earlier. Remember, your response is supposed to be a lot longer.
looking forward to going into.
Okay, great. So I want to pull up the exhibit that
He had an eye
Jerry was
stroke.
just looking at with Dr. Hesh. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit P43. I just switched my iPad here into the system.
He had an eye stroke that resulted in a loss of sight in the right eye. There was like not enough
This is
oxygen
the,
going there or something.
Executive functioning table. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And do you recall reviewing that in Dr. Goldstein's evaluation of Mr. Sanderson?
I do.
And that's where this comes from.
Correct.
And I'm going to just pull it up right here and ask you, what does this table, what is it trying to accomplish?
Okay, this is important. So this is a self-report measure that Dr. Goldstein himself designed and published.
Okay.
I can't speak to it. It's not something that is commonly administered in clinical practice for adults. I've never seen it used anywhere other than Dr. Goldstein. So I can't speak about the validity of these scales. But what I can say is that this is a really nice quantification of the patient's subjective complaints. It is not evidence of objective deficits. It's just a summary and quantification of what the patient is reporting.
It was a self-report.
And
Okay.
so if you would, for the jury, when you use those terms subjective and objective in a neuropsychological sense, what do you mean by them?
So subjective is just the patient's opinion or perception. Objective is something that is measurable. And when we get into the neuropsychological,
Now, just to refresh your guys' memory, this is Dr. Goldstein right here, the guy with the fabulous hair. So she's here to dispute the things that Dr. Goldstein said. Yeah.
test results, those numbers are objective data. And I will later
Amber's self-report. Who's Amber? Who's that again? I don't remember who that person is.
show you.
We don't
some of
talk
the-
about her.
Some of the objective data.
So
Oh, no,
is it your
Chia
opinion that
Pethead.
the results here that plaintiff's attorneys have been going through, those represent only Mr. Sanderson's report of his own sense of his executive functioning.
Exactly.
And there's other evaluating physicians or neuropsychologists that have done objective evaluations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us a just brief sense of what those are when they happened?
So he
Good
had
question.
A battery of tests that measure multiple areas of attention 1 month post-injury. He had a battery of tests that measures multiple aspects of memory 2 months post-injury. And then he had a full neuropsychological evaluation 1 year post-injury.
And what did those exams
And then he had
show?
Dr. Goldstein's evaluation, which is 4 years post-injury.
Right, thank you. So in all of those evaluations, what would you say as a summary of the findings? You
No.
can take them one by one if that's best.
Your Honor, I object. There's nothing in the report about this.
It is in my report, and I would love to be able to talk about it in the context of my first of my
So you have to
opinions.
listen to the
I'll have to
judge.
deal with the objection. That's okay. That's quite all right. I will do that. Maybe we could do that over lunch.
Sure.
Wait, that's it for her testimony? Oh gosh. Okay, that was short. I thought it was a lot longer. We still have 30 minutes left. Well, I guess we can look at the highlights of the previous testimonies. Chia. Okay, so this is Dr. Black.
Once you get situated, if you can state your full name and spell it.
Got 30 minutes to kill.
My name is Carl Milton Black.
Carl Milton Black. Do you guys have middle names? Anyone in chat have middle name? All right, Carl Milton Black, 52. Carl Milton Black. I'm going to hop around his testimony a little bit.
CarlMiltonBlack.
Thanks for being here with us, Dr. Black. Let's begin by just asking you
Jason,
what your
Lynn?
role is in this case.
I was asked to review imaging
Sometimes.
related to this case between the years of 2009 through 2021.
Yeah, I was just asking if you guys had middle names, but you can give me your middle name if you want. Just if you don't have your full name in here. Wait, Joe. I know I will steal your identity. Joe, what's your middle name again?
And what expertise do you have that allows you to opine on imaging of brain scans?
I'm a fellowship.
What's a really Filipino name? Oh, something religious probably, right? Augustine? Is that Filipino?
I'm a neuroradiologist. I also have fellowship training in vascular and interventional radiology, and I'm double board certified by the American Board of Radiology in neuroradiology and vascular and interventional radiology.
Is there anything about that experience and training that is relevant?
Okay, so he does radiology.
The findings around the ventricles, these white areas, are very typical of what's called microvascular disease, where brain matter around the ventricles is deprived of oxygen over a long period of time, and that results in gliosis or scarring. This pattern is very typical of what we call microvascular ischemic white matter disease, and that was present in 2009.
And did I hear you correctly earlier? Do you have specialized training in those particular findings beyond what a typical radiologist might have?
My fellowship training and experience in neuroradiology and consistently reading brain MRI gives me expertise in looking at these findings, which we often see on a regular basis.
I see. So this is a post-ski collision image, correct?
This particular sequence is from 2019. My understanding is the accident
Okay, so yeah, this is in 2019, and they're pointing to the little white areas right there, and he says that's a result of like microvascular disease.
occurred in 2016.
Yeah, and I think you said 19, but you pointed to
Yes,
2017.
I'm sorry, 2017. Yes,
Right.
correct.
Oh, 2017.
So you said earlier, I believe, that the same findings you're pointing to, again, not just Dr. Gibby's findings with the green arrows, but the other ones you just talked about, they're in the pre-accident images. Is that right?
Yes, my review of the imaging that was done at the Veterans Administration Hospital in 2009 shows these similar findings, and in the reports that were provided by the neuroradiologists who read the imaging at that time, they describe these findings.
Right. Okay. So
So again, that ties to Gwyneth Paltrow's side saying that like, well, Terry, he's saying that he has brain issues and it shows in the scan. Well, these are the same scans not the same scans, but these scans are the same thing that shows the same, injuries from 2009.
So let's maybe have you sit down again, and I'll pull up those slides that you made. Thank you.
Yeah, sit down. Let me
It's called
see.
a flare sequence, a D2 flare sequence, done in what's called an axial plane, which just means the orientation, the way the image was acquired through the brain. This image was acquired in March of 2009.
I think, from my understanding, just because you have a concussion doesn't mean you'll always black out. I think concussion just means isn't it just like a brain injury? And then loss of consciousness would be like you blacked out, right? Maybe.
At the Veterans Administration Hospital.
So that's before the accident, correct?
Oh, wait, sorry, this is so random, but I was playing Overwatch, right? And someone in the team had this amazing name. It was Sebastian. And I was like, if I ever get a Shiba Inu, I'm totally naming it Sebastian. Isn't it a cute name, Sebastian?
Yes.
Yeah, and again, when I say accident, I mean the ski collision in 2016.
Yes.
And it's not terribly easy to see, but I can call it out here. There's a little arrow. Do you recognize that?
I put that arrow there, yes.
Okay, and what does it point to?
That arrow points to white matter disease, similar to what Dr. Gibby had pointed out in the imaging from 2017.
Right. Okay, so in other words, this is a prior finding that's the same as the post-accident finding Dr. Gibby saw.
Yes, about 8 years earlier.
Okay, got it. And what is this finding associated with?
Again, most commonly we see this with what we term microvascular ischemic white matter disease. There are predisposing risk factors for this, where in some patients it may be accelerated, but it's typically a process that's due to pathology or abnormalities in the very small, some of the smallest blood
I
vessels.
kind of want to do a brain scan now. I want to see my brain. I want to do a brain scan. Hi, Tam Jules. How are you doing today? Hey there. What's up, everyone?
That supply the brain, particularly around the ventricles.
Then I'll go to the next one, which is 101B, and again, call out a section here at the bottom. There's kind of a faint red arrow. Again, did you put that there? And why'd you put that there?
Because it, again, shows the same pattern of white matter disease that was demonstrated on MRI of 2017.
Okay, so again, a finding before the accident that was there also after the accident.
That's correct.
And what's this finding associated with?
The exact same description.
Got it. Okay.
White matter
Then
disease.
If we move to 101.
I will say though, the only time I had a head injury, like a major, so my mom would always leave us kids at home alone, and I was the oldest. My siblings were a couple years younger than me. And I remember it was summertime, and what kid wants to stay at home until their mom gets back from work? So I would sneak out of the house and just play with my friends and stuff. And I remember I rode my bike down the hill and I lost control and smashed into a fence, like a wood fence, head first. I don't know if I lost consciousness. I don't know if anything happened. All I know is I smashed into it. It was black. And then I remember I was just awake and I was just like, what the fuck just happened? I remember hurt, but it wasn't. It was weird. I was kind of fucked up, It's my friend takes me to her house to get cleaned up. I looked in the fucking mirror and I had a big ball of like, I don't know what it is, just like a ball of blood or something. I don't know what it was. It was huge. It was like the size of my little baby fist back then. I was like, I think I was like 10 years old. And I saw it. I freaked the heck out. I started crying, but I couldn't tell my mom what happened because I snuck out of the house. She would yell at me. And so it's just us kids just trying to figure out like, oh shit, what the fuck are we supposed to do? But yeah, that was pretty wild. Free brain scans for all. Let's do it. Let's all do it.
See, there's yet another red arrow. I take it you put that there.
Yes.
And
Goose eggs?
Is it again to point out that Dr. Gibby's finding of post-accident problems in that area preceded the accident?
Yes, accounting for technical differences away in the plane of the way this exam was acquired from 2009 to 2017, these findings are identical.
Right, got it. Okay, and they're also associated with the same things you've described already?
Most likely microvascular disease, and that's when he underwent his comprehensive imaging workup at the VA hospital in 2009. It was also attributed to vascular disease at that time.
Okay, so Defense Exhibit 101D is like your same version of that 2017 image that Dr. Gibby looked at.
Correct.
And it has those same spots. I'll just use the laser here. Again, these arrows are kind of faint on my copy. I apologize, but they're pointing to those same points we've just looked at previously. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to the next image, this is a new image we haven't looked at, correct?
Correct.
And this one's from 2021.
I mean, to be fair though, when I used to live in the East Coast, when it's summertime, you got to cherish summertime because we have cold seasons. Like we got fall, it gets cold, winter's really cold, spring, it rains a lot. So like summertime, you got 3 months where the weather's just like nice and hot and like great playing conditions for kids, you know? So that's why I was like, I'm sneaking out, man. I'm not staying inside. What the hell? And it's my summer vacation. I was like, bye.
It's marked. Where was this image taken? Do you recall?
Yes, this image was obtained at Blue Rock Medical at Riverwoods Imaging, which Dr. Gibby owns, and this is the same sequence that we've shown before as far as how it is technically obtained by MRI. Same slice.
Got it. And again, we have some arrows, correct?
Correct.
And those are your arrows?
Yes.
And they're showing, I take it, the same disease process or same findings that you've seen in the 2009 and then 2017 images.
That's correct.
So you're seeing this same condition in the brain for many years, both before the accident and after it.
Over an 11-year period.
Okay, so that's basically the gist of it. I want to see if he says.
I think the jury has heard about this term multiple times, but let's spend just a moment from your perspective defining what normal pressure hydrocephalus is.
Normal pressure hydrocephalus is basically an imbalance of the way fluid's managed within the ventricular system of the brain, and it can result in confusion or unsteadiness of gait when it's clinically applicable. But from an imaging perspective, that diagnosis is suggested when the ventricles seem to be disproportionately enlarged relative to the brain volume itself.
So from an imaging perspective, there was strong indication that Mr. Sanderson had normal pressure hydrocephalus.
It was suggested in every brain study he's had since 2009.
And is it a progressive condition? In other words, does it get worse with time?
Yes, it can.
And then I'm going to go to another image another report, a document that the jury's already seen. This one we looked at with Dr. Gibby. This is his report from March 3rd, 2021. Do you remember seeing this?
Yes, I reviewed this.
Okay. I believe it's also part of Gibby's packet in Plaintiff's Exhibit 31. What I want to point out, I think I called this out with Dr. Gibby. I want you to comment on it. There's a part of this report that says, I don't see any sign of shearing injury. Do you see that?
I see his report, yes.
And do you agree with that?
I agree with this report, yes.
Okay. And what do you understand Dr. Gibby's opinions to be as shearing injury is concerned?
So this report was performed on March 3rd, 2021, specifically looking for evidence of brain trauma. So that was the clinical history provided to Dr. Gibby, and he was looking in detail for any imaging findings that would support closed head injury.
And was shearing injury one of those?
Yeah, the things that Dr. Gibby would have been looking for, or that any of us would look for when we're evaluating a study in a patient with brain injury, would be shearing of the white matter tracts. These are very delicate tracts where if there's a rapid deceleration of the brain, those can shear. When they do shear, they deposit little microhemorrhages that leave blood products in the brain, specifically iron that's found in hemoglobin. So in another sequence, Dr. Gibby would have been looking for any evidence of iron deposition, which he mentions here, pathologic iron deposition. And then the other thing you would look for is bruising of the cortex of the brain. The brain does move to some degree within inside the skull because it's bathed in cerebrospinal fluid. So if there's a rapid deceleration, the brain cortex can hit up against the skull and cause a bruise. In some cases, it can result in hemorrhage, but in other cases, it can result in focal atrophy at those locations. So in this case, none of the imaging showed a contusion, no shear injury, and no evidence of pathologic hemorrhage in the brain.
What would you expect to see in a person's imaging after some kind of traumatic brain injury?
Well, it depends on the severity, of course.
Right.
In mild trauma, nothing.
Okay. And how would you describe Dr. Gibby's opinions about the evidence of trauma in his Mr. Sanderson's post-collision imaging?
In Dr. Gibby's report, where he specifically was looking for evidence of trauma, he emphatically states there is no evidence of post-traumatic brain injury in his report. Now, it is interesting because it contradicts, to some degree, his description in his deposition.
And how does it contradict that?
Well, Dr. Gibby mentions that in his deposition that the white matter disease that we reviewed is very typical of shear injury or pathologic brain injury. But yet in his own report of the imaging which was performed at his center, which is identical to the findings in 2017 where he was offering that opinion in his deposition, he emphatically states that there is no evidence of post-traumatic brain injury.
This is Dr. Gibby, by the way, in case you guys forgot. I think this is that's Ramon, Carlene. Oh, wait. I think I see him. There he is. I think this is Dr. Gibby right here. Dr. Gibby! Yeah, this is Dr. Gibby.
Objection. The state's prior testimony.
Overruled. The jury will have to recall the testimony.
All right, I'm going to forward up a little bit.
There would be an alert to look for findings related to trauma. So the negatives, the pertinent negatives in the exam from 2017, just like the one that was performed in 2021, would rule out imaging evidence of significant head trauma.
Yeah. So in other words, they're looking for trauma, but they did not find it. Is
Yes.
that right? Okay. So let's go to these findings again. Here in number 2, there's normal pressure hydrocephalus. We've talked about that, but there are a couple other things. Did you note anything in the? Well, let me ask first. Are you aware that Dr. Gibby actually met with Mr. Sanderson?
I'm aware of that.
And is there anything about that meeting that has any bearing on your opinions today?
The only bearing it would have is that Dr. Gibby makes mention in his report that he had told Mr. Sanderson that it's possible you could go through all of this workup and not find any evidence of post-traumatic brain injury.
And why would that be significant to you?
Simply because obviously the intent of that workup was to specifically look for evidence of brain injury.
I believe the jury's heard Dr. Gibby give an opinion that I want to see if you remember and what your comment might be, your response to it might be. If the images prior to the accident are similar to the post-accident imaging, in other words, if the imaging prior showed things that were post-accident.
When you're awarded money from a lawsuit, are you taxed on that? Does anyone know?
Would that mean that you cannot say the prior findings were caused by the accident?
Objection. Leading the state's prior testimony.
As to leading, sustained.
Okay. So do you recall Dr. Gibby giving an opinion that if the pre-accident findings the post-accident findings are found in the
Generally, settlement funds and damages received from a lawsuit are taxable income according to IRS. Nonetheless, personal injury settlements, specifically those resulting from car accidents or slip or fall accidents, are typically exempt from taxes.
pre-accident imaging, you could not say that the post-accident imaging was caused by the accident.
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What do you recall Dr. Gibby saying about the relationship between the pre-accident imaging and the post-accident imaging?
My opinion on that would be based on his deposition. If you'd like, I can read 2 areas of his deposition that I think answer your question.
Sure, go ahead.
So,
Sustained.
Okay, so let's just ask you this question. Do you have any opinions about whether the post-accident imaging findings can be attributed to, from an imaging perspective, the collision, the ski collision?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
ask that again.
Yes. Do you have any opinions about whether the post-accident imaging findings can be attributed to the collision?
Nice, Sherry.
Yes.
What is that opinion?
That those findings predate the accident and date back to at least 2009, as confirmed by a comprehensive imaging workup of Mr. Sanderson's brain performed at the Veterans Administration.
And so do you believe those post-accident, I apologize.
Corgi was screaming so loud when she was playing that horror game, she damaged my ears.
That I keep messing this up. Do you believe that those post-accident imaging findings are in any way related to the collision?
No.
And what was the reason for that 2009 workup, to your knowledge?
All right, that's about it for James. What do you guys? Who do you think does better, James or Owens? James or Owens? All right, where's this cross-examination? Damn, Kristen looks like.
And in general, you would prefer
chilling
to have
back there.
an actual exam of the patient to render your opinions true?
I think that imaging.
Wait, what? James Egan is a singer, has 2 albums on Spotify. He does?
correlated with a clinical exam is the correct way to assess a patient's condition.
So you would prefer to have an exam, correct?
Yes. Well, prefer, I mean, I think they correlate.
Okay.
The information's valuable in both circumstances, but
How do you know it's him? How can I tell it's him? I don't see his face on here.
optimally in decision making, you want both types of information.
And I think we did. So your opinions.
So he's basically just making a point that like, oh, you didn't actually examine the patient yourself. You just looked at the images. Oh, what is this? Oh, here's James again.
Right. Correct. Okay, so you've already seen that. And then we also...
James like, oh, it's made me carry these exhibits around. Now I got to show them. They take a break, and then we go to Mr. Neurologist.
You're about to give in the case now before the court.
Dr.
Will be the truth,
Neurologist.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you.
My name is Robert Hesch, R-O-B-E-R-T.
Oh, this is Robert Hesch. They've been referring to Robert Hesch quite a few times.
H-O-E-S-C-H.
Doctor, nice to see you. What city do you live in?
Salt Lake.
I'm going to take this off. I do have a cold, but...
Oh my gosh. Owens tries so hard to be funny, and I thought it was funny the first time, but then he kept bringing it up, and I was like, Owens, it's not funny anymore. Stop.
What's your current position?
I'm currently the Chief Medical Officer for Intermountain Healthcare in Utah and Idaho.
Does that mean you're the top MD for all of Intermountain Healthcare?
In Utah and Idaho.
Okay. You're pretty young, aren't you? How old are you?
48.
When I hired you on this case, you didn't have such a prestigious title, did you?
No, I did not.
What were you?
I was a neurologist at Intermountain Medical Center and the leader of our neurosciences program at Intermountain.
Good for you. To be clear, you are not here on behalf of Intermountain Healthcare, is that right?
Correct. My opinions are my own.
Thank you. All right. Just undergrad, where was that briefly?
Undergrad, University of Maryland, College Park.
In what subject?
Cell and molecular biology and genetics.
What a nerd.
Oh, cell, molecular biology, and genetics. Oh, God. Oh, BDSD. Okay, so I missed a joke.
In what subject?
Cell and molecular biology and genetics.
What a nerd.
I'm a neurologist.
Kidding. Poli-sci is the nerd thing. All right, good for you. And then your MD degree was where?
University of Maryland in Baltimore.
And what did you choose to specialize in?
Neurology.
Okay, and how many years? So 4 years undergrad, 4 years med school, then how many more years?
Well, then I did a PhD for 4 years as well in that time, and then went across town to Hopkins for my neurology residency. So that was another 4 years.
What a nerd. All right.
No, Ed. The second time, the delivery is supposed to be different. He literally said in the same tone, what a nerd.
4 years in doctorate. What's that? In?
Neurology.
Okay.
And then 2 more years as a fellowship in neurocritical care.
But did you say there were years after undergrad before med school?
That was during med school. I did my PhD.
Okay. Not all MDs do PhDs too?
Correct.
Okay. That's a lot of training. Fellowship was in what specifically?
Neurocritical care.
All right. So neurocritical care. This is like when people hit their head and they're in big trouble.
He is a daddy and a granddaddy, though. He apparently has like 2 kids and he has 2 grandchildren. Does he look kind of young to me? I don't know. I feel like he looks kind of young. He looks like in his like 50s maybe. Or yeah, he looks like maybe 50s.
That's correct.
Or they get a stroke. They're in big trouble.
That's right.
They call you in, and sometimes you think you're going to go swimming for fun, and you just get called in for like 14 hours straight.
That's right.
To work on one patient.
Right.
All right. Married, kids?
Yes.
The worst ones are the old school boomer jokes that are offensive and not funny. I don't mind offensive jokes, but like if you're directed at me, it's got to be funny. But if they're just like lame, I'm just like, my God, what do? I don't even laugh at this. Those are the worst.
Have you reviewed some materials in this case?
I have.
All right. So the jury just heard from a neuroradiologist, and you are a neurologist.
Okay, so he's a neurologist, and he's going to talk about... So the interesting thing is that him and Dr. Gibby apparently used to be partners. So he's testifying against Dr. Gibby, and I guess they used to... When they say used to be partners, I guess they used to work together. Owens is like, let's find someone who knows Dr. Gibby. Get him to testify.
Okay, distinguish the two again really quick.
Okay, so...
Alzheimer's disease. So I think those things are far more likely than... a very minor.
Oh, this is important. Okay.
as a
99%. How do you respond to that?
So I would say if, as a neurologist, I have patients that come in, they complain of.
Oh, I forgot to forward it. So apparently after Owens makes the joke twice, what a nerd. He later on apologizes for it. He's like, oh, I was just kidding, by the way. You're not a nerd. And he said something, I don't know. Owens is like, just what a weird guy. He's such a weird dude.
Cognitive symptoms, memory loss, attention problems, difficulty doing things that they used to do, and they can have depression and anxiety. They may have early signs of dementia. Those things are far more common for someone in Mr. Sanderson's category. Men in their 70s, they don't feel the way that they used to feel like they're getting old, like you said, before the accident or after the accident, concerned that they may be getting Alzheimer's disease. So I think those things are far more likely than a very minor concussion causing symptoms 7 years later.
Do you see hundreds of those patients a year who've never had a ski collision?
Correct.
Okay, any other comment on your opinion number 2 that you would like to make?
Oh, I will always make boomer jokes. Oh, wait.
No, I think that concludes it.
Thank you. James is going to bring up number 3.
I wonder if Alzheimer's was, like, did anyone else suffer from Alzheimer's in his family? I did remember the sisters mentioning the grandparents. Did they have Alzheimer's? I know one of them like broke a hip. It was a grandmother, but I don't remember anything else. That's like explaining your joke which is even worse than a failed joke. Yeah. He knew the delivery sucked and he was like, wait, I hope I didn't offend the specialist who's up here. So he apologizes. And the guy's like, oh, I'm okay, good.
Resolved within months. They were not permanent as plaintiff's experts claim.
Okay, mild concussion. You weren't here, but did you hear Dr. Edgley testify or read his deposition?
I read the deposition.
All right. So did he talk about, hey, a couple things we look at is length of...
Objection. This affects. There's no deposition.
Sustained.
Okay. Comment. I did misspeak. I forgot you didn't take his deposition. Is there some importance in determining the severity of concussion in terms of how long they're unconscious? Is that a factor?
Yeah. Length of amnesia, length of loss of consciousness, or length of confusion.
All right. I think those were the same 3 he said. All right. What do you know about length of unconsciousness?
9 minutes.
Assessment, looking through the records, I don't think that there was loss of consciousness.
Okay. Even if there was some loss of consciousness, it would have been brief. Is that fair?
Seconds, yeah.
And let's see, in terms of, I think, to be fair, I think Mr. Ramon said he was spread eagle, head down, out cold, over 2 minutes. I just want to put that in the record. Not substantiated by any other witness, but did you at least observe that?
Yeah,
But Your Honor, I object. He's not competent to assess someone's credibility. He wasn't there.
That's what I'm going to.
Why not that?
Why don't you clarify your question?
Yeah. What do you know about that? Isn't that someone saying longer period of unconsciousness?
Your Honor, he can't comment on
I'm actually trying to help the plaintiff. Go ahead.
He's not asking you to comment on whether
The witness, he's asking if you remember reading that.
Minutes. What do you understand on that? He's length of amnesia. What do you understand?
The period of time that the person that has the injury is not able to remember either before or after the event.
All right. And are you acknowledging that Mr. Sanderson had a mild concussion?
It's more likely than not he did. He had headache in one of the, I think it was the Instacare report, and so that would be consistent with a mild concussion.
And it resolved within months. What do you base that on?
I believe there was a report where he said it's getting better.
Okay, and they are not permanent, as plaintiffs claim. Please comment.
Correct. So the head injury was very mild. I mean, it fell in the most mild category of concussion, so kind of a grade 1. And the rest of the symptoms that he has, what could be caused by other conditions, which I would say are more common.
And do you believe that more likely than not, that is why he continues to have some symptoms?
Yes.
In other words, not because of the ski collision, but just because of his aging progressive brain.
Correct.
Let's read your fourth opinion. There are a total of 6, by the way. And the latter 2 we might just touch on briefly.
So the fourth opinion is that Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurological treatment.
That's related to the ski collision?
That's related to the ski collision. So I will have to modify that slightly because this report was written before the assessment by Dr. Goldstein was available to me.
Right. Goldstein, I think, recommended some care with regard to dementia.
Correct.
Did you hear that personally?
I didn't hear it personally, but I read it in his actual report from when he evaluated Mr. Sanderson.
Do you believe Mr. Sanderson to have sort of dementia symptoms?
Yes.
Your Honor, it's never evaluated him. Can't possibly comment on that without a clinical evaluation.
It's a speaking objection.
No foundation. Is it in the report?
Do you have symptoms? So he's commenting on his further needs, and he's commenting on Sam Goldstein.
There's nothing. Why don't you ask the question, then we'll see.
Nice try.
Go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay, so you said Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurologic treatment, true?
Correct. That's what. That's
Just hold on. Sorry. Thanks.
I'll hop her out a bit.
They're about to get up and criticize you for not seeing this patient. Why didn't you? Why wouldn't you? Why would it be necessary if you needed to?
yeah, well, I would always be willing, and actually didn't know that was an option. But in this case, and with many patients in my practice,
Oh, that wouldn't have been an option. Terry wouldn't have done it.
we review tons of records before we see them. And actually, Mr. Sanderson probably had 10 times the amount of records that I have before I see my patients in clinic. Like you said, 3,000 pages and lots of imaging. So I can know with 90% certainty going in based on the before and after imaging, the neuropsych testing over a period of years, his reports over time. I can know with 90% accuracy what's going on. So if I went in there, I'd be trying to figure out, does he have NPH or not? And what can I do to help him with his depression, anxiety, and other memory problems?
Would you be treating him or evaluating the ski injury?
No, I'd be providing counseling that the ski injury was not part of it.
Now, you refer people all the time to neuropsychologists, is that true?
Yes.
And we're about to hear from two. But you did have the benefit of multiple neuropsychologist exams at the VA, is that true?
Correct.
And do you know them to be good neuropsychologists?
I don't know them.
Okay. Do you know them to be not hired by either side, his normal treating providers?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And these were voluminous evaluations, were they not?
Yes.
And what did they conclude?
They were essentially normal, and they showed that he was performing above average.
Now, is that above average for everyone on the street, or for 75-year-old men with college educations, or what?
For a 75-year-old man with college educations and
Okay,
with a high baseline.
So in some places, even like near superior
Correct.
levels.
Yes.
Oh, court is back in session. I actually have to go use the bathroom. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Court is back in session. What happened? They're not back in session? They lied to us. Oh, you guys keep talking about bone broth. I want some pho. Pho. Okay, they're not back in session.
So I'm going to grab one thing. Being very tested in tens and tens and tens of categories.
Yes.
Did you see any of them below average?
No.
Did you see many above average?
Yes.
Want pho.
IQ, for instance, was 114. Is that right?
That's my recollection.
And for like a 75-year-old man with a
What
college
kind of pho?
education, is that good?
Yeah,
me.
it's above average.
Okay, what's average again?
100.
Okay. Now I think they're going to say, hey, the family members are saying we're noticing he's angrier than he used to be, or that he can't drive and read at the same time.
You get number
There's
one
things
with
he can't
everything in it.
multitask with. Can you comment on that?
Tendon, tribe.
In people like Mr. Sanderson who are high functioning at baseline, above average IQ, superior in some categories like you described, a drop.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Oh, what's up with this audio?
Counsel, are we ready for the jury, counsel?
No tripe.
Overview
Meatballs?
Block situation. I can tell you what I understand.
Now what, Owens?
Let me pull it up.
I like her pants dress thing.
My understanding is defendant has 4 more hours, including closing arguments tomorrow.
Okay. I like her glasses.
Thank you for doing this.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I'll be right back then.
Good functioning might still look like he's really high functioning compared to the average population. And the family will pick up on some of these changes, right? They see what they see.
Sure.
And yeah, that concludes it.
So if you did meet with Mr. Sanderson and he kept
Between
obsessively
this
bringing up...
afternoon and tomorrow, there's approximately 5.5 hours of jury time available.
It should end this week. And then
The
however
time
long
that
it
I
takes.
have that each party has taken is 16, for the plaintiff, 16 hours and 1 minute, and for the defendant, 16 hours and 25 minutes. Does that comport with your computation? $16.01 and $16.25.
So, can you calculate what I have left? That will help me.
Well, if there's 5 hours and 30 minutes left, you get
Yeah,
less
Gwen
than
looks
half of
great.
that, right?
If we take 1 hour apart, 1 hour for each party to occur tomorrow for closings, then can we calculate what's, we want to comply with the court's order on this. Both sides want an hour tomorrow for closing. Is that true, Bob?
I might want more than that.
Okay, at least 1 hour.
No, he has a cold, he said. Got a little cold going on. Did it hurt when you got Botox, Jerry?
So that's about 6 hours and 30 minutes in front of the jury, including closing arguments.
Because what did they do? Put like numbing cream on you and then they inject it?
Which is roughly divided to where the defendant would have 3 hours and 3 minutes and the plaintiff.
She does
would
look good
have
in
3 hours
black.
and 27 minutes.
And then if we take out the 1 hour closing tomorrow, 1 hour each. That leaves us about 2 hours each today.
203 for the defendants,
It doesn't hurt.
227 for the plaintiff. And I'm not saying that has to happen. I mean, that can't happen today because we don't have enough time to do it today.
What about the judge? The judge looks pretty great.
That's almost 5.5. That is 5.5 hours right there.
Yeah, my friend, she did like the double eyelid thing, but not the surgery. The one where it's like the non-surgical double eyelid. And I guess she didn't know that they had to put a needle on her eyelid to numb it. And she said that part was really painful. And I was like, I would have ran out of the office. Fuck that. Oh.
Okay, ready for the jury then? Okay.
It sounds like a nightmare. Yeah. Just seeing the needle.
Why don't you come on and take the witness stand? Be ready.
You guys ever watch The Minority Report? Ugh. It's like LASIK, where they like claw your eyes open. I'm okay with needles in the arm or blood draws and all that, but dude, needles like the eyelid, like the one that she was talking about, I don't know about that. Is this Jenny? No, she's an expert. She's a neuropsychologist, I think. Yeah, neuropsychologist.
Mr. Egan, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Eastvold, we're back from lunch, and I think it'd be best to just go right into your opinions.
Yes, let's get into it.
Your Honor, do I have permission to do as we did with Dr. Hesh, show the heading of the report?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll put that up here on the screen here. Dr. Eastvold, is this the first opinion in your report?
Yes.
And maybe let's just read it.
Plaintiff suffered at most a mild concussion from the collision occurring on 2/26/2016.
Dad did?
So,
Oh my God.
And why is that your opinion?
Okay, so when I'm forming opinion on whether there's been a concussion or not, there's three main things that I'm looking at. One, the mechanism of injury. Is it sufficient enough to cause a concussion? Two, the acute injury characteristics. What symptoms were present in the minutes and hours immediately after the collision? And then what did the clinical course look like after that? And I'm most interested in the 3 to 4 months after an injury. Things that are happening after that are less likely associated with the concussion. Okay, so those are the three things I'm looking at. So one, the mechanism. So there was a collision, two people ran into each other, he hit the ground. That is a feasible mechanism for an injury. Two, the acute injury characteristics. So there's two symptoms. One, loss of consciousness. Now, he's reporting 5 to 10 minutes of loss of consciousness. Based on all of the available evidence, that is improbable. And I can go into that
About
more,
2 minutes.
You've probably heard a lot about that, but my opinion is that if he suffered loss of consciousness, it was seconds, not minutes. Okay, the duration of loss of consciousness is important because the longer the loss of consciousness, the more severe the injury. Okay, so it is my opinion that there was seconds of loss of consciousness, if at all. And then by the time the EMT, Whitney Smith, arrived, she described some mild disorientation, which was kind of a rattled response to this unexpected collision on the ski hill. There wasn't any gross confusion or any other significant mental status changes. And then, of course, he was complaining of rib pain. So we've got the disorientation. He was seen at Park City Instacare 2 hours post-injury, and at that point he was complaining of a slight headache, rib pain, and I think a dullness in his head. But the provider there very specifically documented no signs or symptoms of concussion. There were no clear signs like dizziness, nausea, vomiting, any double or blurry vision, any of the really classic symptoms of a significant concussive injury. The next day, he was seen at the VA, and in the VA, he is only reporting, again, a slight headache and rib pain and irritability. Again, no other significant signs of an acute concussive injury. In the 2 to 3 weeks after that, the only person that really saw him was his girlfriend. And in her deposition, all she described was that he was really grouchy and didn't really want to be touched, and that he was in pain. She is also not describing any significant symptoms. Now, I know she's not a medical professional, but the absence of her description of other symptoms is notable. And then we've got some really important objective indices of injury. So, as we had started to mention before lunch, 1 month post-injury, he underwent an extensive battery of tests that assessed multiple aspects of attention. Now, attention is the cognitive domain that is the most sensitive to concussion. And he performed consistently in above average range on measures of sustained attention, complex sustained attention, divided attention, alternating attention, and selective attention. So very clearly, no objective indices of attention deficits. Then, 1 month later, so 2 months post-injury, he had a similar extensive battery looking at multiple aspects of memory. Same thing, no deficits.
You're doing a good job at explaining this right now.
In May, which is about 2.5 months post-injury, he had a thorough vestibular evaluation. And so the balance system is actually really sensitive to concussion, such that even healthy, fit 20-year-old athletes will have impaired balance when they are concussed. So Mr. Sanderson's balance was described as exceptional. There was no evidence of vestibular dysfunction or balance problems. So that's another really important objective index of his brain functioning. Lastly, about a week and a half after the injury, Mr. Sanderson reported a markedly increased intake of alcohol. He reported to his primary care that he was drinking 5 to 6 drinks a week, 5 to 6 drinks 2 to 3 times a week, which is actually a quite significant amount of alcohol. And there's one thing about concussion is that one of the telltale signs is reduced tolerance to alcohol. Such that when people are acutely concussed, if they drink alcohol, more often than not, they report feeling ill, or they get really intoxicated off of a fraction of the alcohol that they normally drink. Most people do not enjoy drinking alcohol when they're concussed. And so when I put all of that evidence together, sure, it's possible that he had a mild concussion, but at most it was mild. And by May, there really isn't any strong ongoing evidence of clear brain injury.
Is it possible that he did not have a concussion?
It's possible.
You mentioned in that answer the objective measures that were taken in evaluations following the accident. How would you evaluate the discrepancy that there might be between objective measures and a subjective report that vary? You know, and maybe that just for the jury's sake, and I can clarify my question, the patient is reporting certain experience of symptoms versus an objective finding through some sort of assessment.
Well, It's hard to make sense of, and there could be many things, but one of the most prominent things that was very clear is that his anxiety went sky high after this injury. His blood pressure was through the roof. He was emailing his provider saying, "I'm having a hypertension crisis." He was doubling his medication, and it wasn't helping. So it was very clear that he was experiencing a lot of anxiety, and anxiety can certainly drive perception of a lot of these difficulties.
Did you note a record a few weeks prior to the ski collision that included Mr. Sanderson's report that he was feeling old all of a sudden?
Your Honor, I don't think that's in her report, because I haven't seen it.
She's
Overruled?
Have you reviewed that record?
I definitely have, and
Does it play into your evaluation of where post-accident symptoms might be coming from?
it plays into me trying to understand where he is now. And there's been a lot of talk about decline, and some of those records offer some telltale signs that I see in older adults that decline is starting to happen. So there's a line in there that describes that he's overwhelmed with paperwork and trying to get things organized, and he's I can't remember the exact line, but those are the kinds of things that I'm listening for when I'm evaluating older adults, because those are the behavioral signs that functional changes are starting to happen in someone's life.
Okay, great. Let's go to your second opinion here.
No, Mike. There are people in the chat that were speculating that, though. I don't like needles go in my mouth, but I'm saying that, like, out of all the needles that go into me,
As
the
I
mouth
pull
one
it
is
up,
not bad.
You can read it, Miss.
They, like, jiggle your
From my
cheeks as they
paper.
Yeah, I both.
numb you in there.
Plaintiff's course and evolution of self-reported symptoms is inconsistent with the known trajectory of concussion-related symptoms. So,
Why would you say that?
So the thing with brain injury is that the symptoms are worse in the beginning and then they gradually improve. Now that rate improvement can vary greatly among individuals, and some people might experience some plateaus along the way, but brain injury does not progressively worsen. And Mr. Sanderson was reporting when he saw Dr. Fung in 2017, about a year and a half after his injury, and then Dr. Goldstein in 2020, he was reporting new symptoms that weren't present in those first 3 months, and he was describing a worsening of symptoms. And I think many of his family members are under the impression that things are worsening. So a worsening in 2017 and 2020 cannot be attributed with any medical probability to a concussion, a mild concussion in 2016.
Interesting.
And maybe so the jury has a sense of the new symptoms that you're describing. What are those in particular?
He was describing neck pain. There was some dizziness and a lot more just general dysfunction. I can't remember all the symptoms offhand.
Sure. What symptoms would you attribute to a concussion if in fact he did have one in the ski collision?
Well, again, there really isn't any strong evidence of symptoms in those first 3 months. He wasn't even really, he was reporting difficulties with his thinking skills, but yet on objective tests he was performing normally. So it's difficult to separate what was anxiety during that period and what was true concussive deficits. But I think another piece is that even one of his daughters saw him in May, I believe, for a graduation, and described him as feeling kind of slow and dull, not as engaged as he usually is. And that could certainly be a symptom of concussion, but even she said that fully resolved, and he has since returned back to his extroverted self. And so, again, that's the known trajectory that I would expect for a
Worst flavor
injury,
ever, banana flavor. Laffy Taffy, banana, ugh.
Years later.
Thank you. Let's move to your third opinion, unless there's anything to add.
I think that suffices.
Okay, thank you. So number 3, will you read that for us?
Plaintiff's medical history is notable for a number of comorbid conditions that better explain reported course of decline.
And why do you say that?
Okay, so as a neuropsychologist, a really thorough medical history is essential to understanding the context of the person, of the brain that I'm evaluating. And there are a number of medical conditions that are known to increase risk of premature cognitive decline as one ages, or risk for developing dementia. Okay, so this is a really important piece. So the biggest and most important one is the topic that we've been discussing today, is this abnormal brain MRI. Okay, a grossly abnormal, structural abnormalities in his brain. There's volume loss, there's enlarged ventricles, there's microvascular ischemic disease. So there's a lot of problems here.
And are these the problems I think you were in the courtroom when Dr. Black was talking about
Yes.
the imaging, the same things he was talking about?
Yes. And so that brain MRI alone, and no other information, that MRI alone predicts problems as he ages. It is a question of when, not if.
It's cold and rainy. No sun is out.
Again, going back to
and we're not turning on the heat on.
Records 3 weeks prior to this collision. Again, like, there's subtle evidence that decline was happening, and I can talk about. Well, maybe that's I'm jumping ahead. That's another. We'll get there, I'm sure. Okay, so the MRI. That's a huge red flag for me as a neuropsychologist.
Okay.
Now he's got a lot of other medical issues. And I'll briefly go through these.
Never sue anyone in civil court. They'll go through everything about your life.
Sleep apnea in 2003. Sleep apnea is a disorder where one stops breathing for short episodes repeatedly through the night. The consequence of that is that when you stop breathing, the blood oxygen levels go down. Reduced oxygen is not good for your brain, and over time that causes problems. Untreated sleep apnea alone will cause cognitive decline over time. And most importantly, it's also associated with fatigue and headaches, and most prominently,
should we do a poll?
attention and executive dysfunction.
They haven't done a poll in a while.
Okay, so he was unable to tolerate the CPAP machine, and so that went untreated. He also has chronic insomnia. We know that
I object. There's no foundation. She's not a medical doctor.
These are.
She can't, just a second. She can't speculate about what these mean from a medical standpoint.
I think she qualified her answer as to what it meant to her as a neuropsychologist. So for that limited purpose, I'll allow the evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I may, Dr. Eastvold, I want to just make sure I'm following these, the medical history that you point to that might better explain, or that does better explain Mr. Sanderson's post-accident symptoms, includes the pre-accident imaging that you've discussed, the untreated sleep apnea, and now I believe we were going on to a third one, but because of the objection, I cannot recall.
There's a list. So again, kind of getting a very clear picture of what his pre-injury status is. Okay, so these are the ones that I'm going through are all risk factors from a neuropsychological perspective. And so chronic insomnia, we know that chronic insomnia is a risk factor for developing dementia. And what happens when the brain goes into deep sleep, there's a cleanup function that happens, and there's a cleanup of abnormal proteins and plaques that shouldn't be there. And so when the brain is not getting into those deep stages of sleep, that cleanup function is not happening, and over time this will cause problems. And
get good sleep, guys.
Kind of alongside that, because of this insomnia, he's been treated with sedatives and benzodiazepines since at least 2004. We know that long-term use of those medications is associated with a markedly elevated risk of developing dementia.
Yeah, when they took my teeth out, that was a fun experience because I didn't feel a thing, but you just feel like the twisting and turns, and it's like, and they like pulled it out so quickly. It was really cool.
He also has restless leg syndrome. Restless leg syndrome is another risk factor for dementia. When it occurs in older adults, it's often an early warning sign of emerging functional behavioral changes that are associated with dementia. He has chronic migraines, and his migraines were quite severe. In 2011 and 12, he was reporting up to 3 a day. Chronic migraines are associated with the microvascular ischemic disease.
Migraines suck.
He also has hypertension and high cholesterol. These are also cardiovascular risk factors that adversely affect the blood flow. Reduced blood flow is bad for your brain, and over time can cause problems.
Sorry to interrupt you. You can finish. You've been talking about physical symptoms here, or physical conditions.
What's Kristen laughing about back there? I see you, Kristen.
Yes. I'm getting there. Okay. So a lot of medical issues that would suggest an increased risk of decline. Then we've also got a lot of psychiatric issues. He has been struggling with chronic anxiety and depression since the 90s, and he's been medicated for that since the 90s. And we know that chronic mood disorders is another risk factor for decline as we age. Now, the anxiety is actually really important. Mr. Sanderson underwent a full neuropsychological evaluation in 2017, just about a little over 1 year after this injury. And like his earlier testing, this neuropsych evaluation was completely unremarkable with no evidence of residual brain injury. And it was her conclusion that anxiety was a big factor here. And in fact, this second neuropsychological evaluation was sought out per Mr. Sanderson's report because he just had a friend pass away from early onset dementia, and he was worried. And so,
oh, is this when he went to Dr. Fong to get treatment? Oh, interesting.
The neuropsychologist felt that anxiety was playing a big role in his perceived difficulties because his perceived difficulties weren't corroborated by the objective test data. Now, Dr. Goldstein himself, the plaintiff's own expert, concluded the same thing. Again, his testing indicated no evidence of brain injury, and he also felt that anxiety was a big factor that was driving a lot of the issues. And so this anxiety has been a big factor all along, and I think it's contributed to a lot of what he's perceiving and reporting.
Are there any other aspects of Dr. Goldstein's evaluation that give support to your opinion?
Yes, if we could bring up that executive function table one more time, that would be great.
Sure. And this, I believe, is plaintiff's exhibit 43. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so if you look, that working memory, that very bottom line there, again, this is Mr. Sanderson's subjective reports. This is just his complaints.
Okay.
He's reporting really significant working memory problems. On Dr. Goldstein's testing, he exhibited exceptional working memory. So on objective tests, he was performing in the high average range, and his working memory index, which is an average of 2 scores, was at the 87th percentile. So this is a really great example how perception does not equal reality.
And are there any other aspects of Dr. Goldstein's evaluation that help support your opinion?
And so Dr. Goldstein made a conclusion that based on extensive personality testing that Mr. Sanderson was a well-adjusted adult, but his own data does not support that. And so if you could bring up that next, the Milan table.
Oh, sure. I believe this is, I wrote this down.
Yeah, cross-examining would be interesting.
27 and 28 of Dr. Goldstein's evaluation, which for plaintiffs...
Your Honor, we object to this. This is not pre-disclosed. It's not an admitted exhibit. We had no notice that this was coming, and so that's unfair.
It's in my report.
Why don't you approach the bench?
Dr. Goldstein, would it
Dr.
be...
Eastvold.
Gosh, we've been talking about Dr. Goldstein.
Yes, we have.
Would it be helpful for you to look at that page, the evaluation page, the data in Goldstein's evaluation that you were talking about? Would it refresh your recollection of that data?
Yes, it would.
Okay, if I provide that to you, we'll talk through it, but we won't publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I actually don't need to see it. If you want me to just talk about it, if we're not going to show them, sure.
For time's sake, that would be great.
Okay. So Dr. Goldstein administered a long questionnaire that assesses how one thinks, feels, and behaves. It's a measure of personality. And on this measure of personality, Mr. Sanderson's responses indicated a very high level of generalized anxiety. Along with that was also a very high elevation of what we call somatic symptoms, meaning that there's a high focus or preoccupation on health and physical symptoms. When we see high anxiety and symptom, it's symptom, I forget the title of the, I can't remember it's a symptom disorder or something like that. When you see them together, there's a high rate of somatization. Somatization is when psychological distress manifests as physical symptoms. So as a neuropsychologist, this is always something that I'm looking out for because it can certainly help me understand their presentation and their reported complaints. Additionally, as part of this evaluation or part of this questionnaire, there's a number of personality traits that are measured, and Mr. Sanderson scored extremely high on narcissism, and specifically the pattern of his responses within that category suggest somebody who might be feel that he is superior. He may feel that he lacks empathy. He may lack empathy. He might have an egocentric perspective on life, not see things from other people's perspectives. He may who might be feel that he is superior. He may feel that he lacks empathy. He may lack empathy. He might have an egocentric perspective on life, not see things from other people's perspectives. He may expect special favors or special treatment. There were additional skills that were elevated. There was a histrionic scale, but he was extremely dramatic and expressive. Other characteristics that go with that scale are volatile, overreactive, explosive. And then there was also some scales that indicated that he's someone that likes and needs attention and approval.
Wait, why? How did we get here? What the heck?
Tell you anything about the executive function chart we were looking at and the self-reporting that we get from Mr. Sanderson there?
I was listening when I was in the bathroom, but how did she get here? What report? How did she come to this conclusion?
Personality by itself doesn't necessarily correlate with executive function or dysfunction. People who have high anxiety, executive functions is kind of a funny construct because people can have executive dysfunction for a lot of reasons. Some of them could be neurologic and some of them can be psychiatric. So most people with serious psychiatric disorders evidence some degree of executive dysfunction. You can also have executive dysfunction if you're sleep deprived or stressed. So it's an interesting concept. It's not necessarily, it can be, many things can affect it.
Do you have any opinions about whether Mr. Sanderson has exhibits any somaticization?
Well,
that's a medical diagnosis.
It's actually a psychological diagnosis.
Overruled.
And obviously, one of my questions is going to be explain to us what that term means. So, what was the answer to my question? Somaticization.
Well, I mean that is one way to potentially understand why he's expressing.
They should have started with this witness.
All these symptoms, but there isn't actually objective evidence of these symptoms. So he's describing balance problems, but on testing he performs exceptionally. He's describing having all these cognitive problems, but on cognitive testing he performs well. So somatization is one thing that helps somebody make sense of what he's experiencing and understanding his presentation.
And then, is it unprofessional of you to render these opinions without having seen Mr. Sanderson?
Well, importantly, I'm not Mr. Sanderson's neuropsychologist. He's not my patient. I'm not treating him or making any medical decisions. If that were the case, then of course I would need to see him. But again, I was just hired to look at the records and provide opinions on the facts in the records.
And do you feel confident in your opinions despite having not evaluated him?
Objection, leading.
I do.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, what was the answer?
I'm sorry. I do feel confident in my opinions.
Why is that?
Because the facts are the facts. And again, that injury characteristics in those first few days.
I have my heating
first
pad.
few months that's the objective data. That's the most important time period to look at. And the facts are there.
Oh,
Okay, that's all the questions for now. Thank
Thank you.
not working.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Mr. Sykes, are you the questioner?
Oh man, this is gonna be a brutal one. They gotta go ham on her. Heating pad activated. Okay, before we get here, hold on. I just wanted to rewind it a little bit. Here. Okay. I was in the bathroom. What gave her that conclusion?
Responses indicated that. Well, I actually don't need to see it. If you want me to just talk about it, if we're not going to show them, sure.
For your sake, that would be great.
Okay. So Dr. Goldstein administered a long questionnaire that assesses how one thinks, feels, and behaves. It's a measure of personality.
Okay.
And on this measure of personality, Mr. Sanderson's responses indicated a very high level of generalized anxiety. Along with that was also a very high elevation of what we call somatic symptoms, meaning that there's a high focus or preoccupation on health and physical symptoms. When we see high anxiety and symptom, I forget the title of the, I can't remember, it's a symptom disorder or something like this. When you see them together, there's a high rate of somatization. Somatization is when psychological distress manifests as physical symptoms. So as a neuropsychologist, this is always something that I'm looking out for because it can certainly help me understand their presentation and their reported complaints. Additionally, as part of this evaluation or part of this questionnaire,
What's a
there's a
plexiderm?
number of personality traits that are measured, and Mr. Sanderson scored extremely high on narcissism, and specifically the pattern of his responses within that category suggests somebody who might be
Interesting. Okay, so she's going based off of the Dr. Goldstein's personality questionnaire. Okay. All right. I was like, I felt we were talking about medical stuff, and then bam, narcissism. All right. This is the tough guy. Hello, tough guy. You guys ready for this?
No, I don't review my invoices.
You've come to court in an important trial. Total. To do this records review and to come today for your testimony.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't review my invoices.
You've come to court in an important trial, and you can't tell the jury how much you've been paid for your testimony.
Line of questioning is buh.
There were invoices.
Desperate.
6.5 hours, and I want to say 20 hours. I'm not 100% sure.
Is it more or less than $20,000?
Oh, way less.
More or less than 15?
Way less.
10,000.
Probably less.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about that first thing, the last thing you mentioned. It's important, is it not, if you're going to render an opinion about somebody like you have today, a lot of negative or contrary opinions about Terry Sanderson, right? In other words, he's maybe got dementia, he's somaticizing his problems, and you've rendered those opinions, have you not?
I have not.
Without ever examining the patient, correct?
I have not rendered any specific opinions that he has dementia or somatization disorder. I'm merely describing Dr. Goldstein's results and offering. They're not. I'm not offering diagnoses.
Well, you sure fooled me on that one because I thought I heard a lot of diagnoses. But since you're not rendering diagnosis, okay, not rendering diagnosis, let's talk about what you are doing. Could you, is it appropriate, is it responsible for a neuropsychologist to comment on somebody without actually seeing them clinically in the office?
Again, if he was my patient, yes, he's not my patient. I was hired to review records and provide opinions on the facts in the records.
Aren't there standards with the American Psychological Association that recommend that you see
The
someone
gold standard?
before rendering opinions on them?
Those ethical principles apply to clinical practice and patient-doctor relationships, which does not apply in this situation.
So you don't have the same ethical principles in this case that you would if you was your patient. Is that the idea?
Ethical principles, it applies to clinical care. This isn't clinical care.
Okay. Do you agree that if you're going to evaluate...
This brings me to flashback with Wayne Dennison, and the that one person. Oh, was it Don Hughes? Yeah, Don Hughes, I think. No, I think maybe. Okay.
someone and then come before a jury and tell us about it.
We're
It's
learning.
better to have more information or less information about them. What do you think? More information or less information?
The more information, the better.
Okay. Do you get more information if you actually have a clinical interview with someone?
As a neuropsychologist, my job is to evaluate for brain injury, and he had had numerous neuropsychological evaluations.
I don't know if Terry's there.
None of which have found evidence of brain injury, and so a fourth neuropsychological evaluation wasn't going to uncover brain injury that nobody else uncovered. So there was no point in me providing another evaluation.
Okay. So you're saying that you wouldn't have got any more information that would be helpful in doing a clinical interview with him, or clinical testing, right?
Well, again, he'd been previously seen by three different neuropsychologists who all did the same interview that I probably would have done. And so I had most of the information that I would have requested, in addition to 20 years of medical history.
Do you have any idea why each one of the 6 defense experts, not no one, did a clinical interview with? Do you know why?
I do not.
Okay. Did you request a clinical interview?
We discussed it, and again, I felt there was no point in doing another interview because or another evaluation because he'd had so many, and they all came to the same conclusion. No evidence of brain injury, and anxiety was a major factor.
Now, you have 2 other cases with my law firm, is that correct? 2 other cases.
Your law firm?
2 other cases.
I'm not aware of this.
Okay. One in St. George, right? Where you did a 2-day clinical interview on a guy who had his eye shot out by a cop. Remember that one?
Relevance?
Sustained.
Okay. And you have another one in another ski case on Deer Valley. You did a 2-day interview on him. Remember that?
Same objection.
Sustained.
On what grounds?
Relevance.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that you do a lot of work
It's important that they destroy the
in your
witness.
current situation for defense attorneys trying to defeat brain injury cases? Is that a fair statement?
No, 80% of my work is plaintiff.
Really? Okay, so, but you do
Really?
do a fair
Shit.
amount of defense work, don't you?
In the criminal realm, most of my work is defense. In the civil realm, most of my work is plaintiff.
Are you aware that all you have to do to get a clinical interview with someone?
That's how you can tell when they need to destroy the witness ASAP. They go up there and ask, how much are you making right now? Huh? Because I feel like that's usually the last resort question. When you're done attacking someone, you're like, okay, well, let me just ask how much they make and see if we can destroy them. But he started off with that.
On a legal case is requested because the judge has almost never turned it down. Are you aware of that?
Objection. Foundation, legal determination.
Sustained.
Okay.
No, this is not Jenny. It's not Jenny.
Have you
People
had
think
any
this
other,
is Jenny.
how many cases have you had in the past 5 years where you've been turned down for a Rule 35 independent medical examination? You had any?
I wasn't hired to do an independent medical exam
I know
in this
that.
case. I was hired as a consultant. That's it.
But
In
have
those
you had-
other cases, I was hired hired to perform an evaluation because neither of them had a prior evaluation.
Okay. Have you had anybody turn you down if you've asked? You can think of.
All right, I'll
It's never
update.
come up.
Never come up. Okay. Now, excuse me.
Don't forget to
As a
vote.
Neuropsychologist, you surely recognize the importance in the evaluation process, okay, of finding out how the person functioned before the incident, which is February 26, 2016, and after, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you can get some of that information by asking the injured person himself or herself, can't you?
I could, yes.
In this case, you didn't have that opportunity. But you had other information, did you not?
I had a lot of information.
Let me finish the question, please. Had other information about the before and after status of Terry Sanderson. Is that a true statement?
I had a lot of information, yes.
Well, on page 2 of your report, you have that handy there?
Yes.
You had
Hey, leave her hair alone, okay? Winter hair is tough.
of Polly Sanderson
I hate winter hair.
and Carlene Davidson, his former girlfriend, essentially a fiance.
No, they weren't
Did you read
fiancé.
those two?
I did.
You did. Okay.
It's not my understanding that they were engaged.
They weren't.
Well, do you remember Polly saying on Polly?
Yeah, it's like beach hair.
saying
I like beach hair. It's like
that
messy.
She was living up here 300 days out of a year, and they were together about a year and a half before the accident. Remember that?
They weren't
I remember
engaged.
They spent a lot of time together. I was under the impression that it was split more between St. George and Salt Lake.
Oh, really? Okay. And that's what you took out of the deposition? That it was split?
Actually, it's an irrelevant factor for me.
Irrelevant.
I
Oh, I
that
thought you were
they spent
making
a
fun
lot
of
time
her.
together, and that's all that mattered.
Are you telling this jury of the good people of Summit County that what a girlfriend who's essentially live-in says is irrelevant for before and after? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Sounded like it.
Oh, Terry is there. Hi, Terry.
Now, are you aware that Carlene Davidson testified that there was a night and day difference between Terry Sanderson before and after this ski crash? You aware of that?
I do.
Okay. Did you simply disregard that? Because I don't see any reference to Carlene Davidson in your 5-page report here. Not a single reference. Why did you omit that?
So Carlene spent some time with him in that initial recovery period, and she described that he was grouchy and didn't want to be touched, and that was pretty much it. And then he withdrew from the relationship. He became hyper focused on his symptoms and himself, and he withdrew from the relationship. And she was heartbroken, and then they didn't really spend a lot of time together after that.
So your testimony is that all Carlene Davidson said about changes afterwards is that he was grouchy?
But the problem was he was recovering from broken ribs.
No,
And so
that was
it's
my question.
It's relevant in that he pulled away and he was focused on getting better and dealing with his health, and he didn't want to engage. So he's had a physical orthopedic injury that he was nursing, and that could explain some of the not wanting to go out and do things.
I'm just a simple country lawyer. Okay, I'm going to try that question again. Are you telling this jury that, I think you said, essentially that's all he said was he was grouchy. Are you telling this jury of the people of Summit County that all Carlene Davidson noted in difference was that he was grouchy? Is that what you're saying?
In the first couple of weeks, that's my recall of the deposition.
First couple of weeks, okay. But she was with him for 6 months. 6 months after that accident, after that crash.
It's my understanding that they saw much less of each other.
First question. And didn't she say that he changed in a wide variety of ways? Socially.
You strike so hard to convince the jury.
Executive function.
Go on, country lawyer.
Emotions. Didn't she say that? And you ignored it.
She might have said it, but importantly, mild concussions don't produce gross changes in personality, social functioning, or behavior.
Okay. Now, Sam Goldstein, you know, right?
I do.
He's one of the
I think she's doing
world's
great.
experts in neuropsychology, correct? He's written dozens of books.
On children's neuropsychology.
Not just children's, okay? Do you think that executive function test is for children?
No, but it's not one widely used in adult clinical practice.
Okay. He disagrees, by the way. I talked to him during the noon hour.
Okay.
He may come back tomorrow and...
Your Honor,
anyway, strike that.
Move to strike.
Sustained.
Strike-a-mundo.
Isn't it true that that test is one of the 2 top tests used worldwide to assess executive function?
That is not my opinion. I would disagree with that.
Okay.
New poll.
Now, do you understand from Carleen Davidson that she stuck it out for 6 months with Terry? Understand that?
I believe that's probably
And is it your
about right.
testimony that...
Just a second. What did you say?
I believe that it was probably about 6 months. My understanding is they broke up at the late summer, early fall.
Is it your understanding that they broke up simply because he was cranky? Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that he pulled away from her.
My question was, is it your understanding that they broke up simply because he was cranky?
That is not my understanding.
Okay, so let's go on. Did you read the deposition of Polly Gresham,
I did.
his daughter? Did you by any chance watch her testimony here in Toronto?
I did not.
Okay. Isn't it true that Polly Gresham in her deposition said much the same thing as Carleen Davidson, that there was a massive, sudden, dramatic decline in her father after that ski crash? True or false?
Oh, it froze. No, come back.
I believe that she said that, but my
I think he's got a
understanding is
lozenge.
that I didn't get a clear sense that she had a clear picture of her father's functioning in the months to year before this accident. When she referred to previous functioning, she always referred to when he was working, which was before 2010. So it was a long time ago and arguably an unfair comparison.
Okay. Have you ever read Hamlet?
Huh?
Methinks she protesteth too much. Okay. My simple question. Okay.
I don't think I liked
Polly
Hamlet.
Sanderson say that there was a massive, fundamental, and dramatic decline in her father after the ski crash. Now try to give me a non-Hamlet answer. Yes or no?
So I read all 3 daughters' depositions, and I have a hard time keeping straight who exactly said what. I know that they all described some changes after the accident. 2 of them felt that there were significant changes. One of them felt that there was a lot of the same behaviors before this, but they were just magnified after the concussion. And one of them noted that there were some significant changes, but a lot of it improved, and then a whole different set of behaviors really emerged. So
you can't answer my question about what Polly Sanderson said then?
I know that she
No.
endorsed a lot of changes.
Polly.
Problem is, in clinical practice, I see this with families all the time. So with older adults, it's really tricky because many older adults are experiencing some degree of decline. Unfortunately, that's just part of aging. And then when you've got a complex medical history, it's more probable. And a concussion like this might happen, and the patient and the family grab onto this concussion as the defining factor that changed everything. And they misremember or underrepresent their pre-injury functioning and overestimate their problems after this, and everything gets tied to the concussion. And so that's what I saw happening with this family, is that everyone's really grabbed onto, including Mr. Sanderson, that this concussion was the cause of everything.
Wow, she might be doing even better. Sorry. She might be doing even better than when she was doing the direct examination. Oh my God, they got to stop her. They got to boot her off the stand. She's doing too good.
And the behavioral presentation that he and his family are describing is inconsistent with a mild concussive injury, and very consistent with what I would predict based on his medical history. And so, again, yes, they are describing a lot of changes after this concussion, but I can't rely on them to clearly indicate a causal relationship with this concussion, because I don't think that they were carefully observing and aware of his level of functioning in the year prior to this.
Yeah, because the reason why I totally believed the concussion was because I was taking the family's words for it. I'm not saying the family was lying. I thought they were being really truthful, and I thought they really saw a difference in his behavior. And I believe Terry too when he said that. But she's coming out with some facts, and it's also backed up by the other paid experts. I know they're paid experts, but I don't know, the stuff that she's saying makes sense. All right, I'll speed up a little bit and we'll catch up. Oh God, Shakespeare, no Shakespeare.
So the jury understands. That was a 2-minute answer to a very simple question. Simple question was, can you tell me what Polly Harris said? I'm sorry, Polly Gresham. And you gave me a 2-minute Queen of Denmark answer. Now, why did you feel a need to add all that detail when the question was very simple? Why?
Because it's important for the jury to understand. I don't want them to be misled.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So you can't really tell the jury, because you either don't remember or you didn't read it. You can't tell the jury what Polly Gresham said about the dramatic changes, right? And instead of telling me, you can tell me yes or no, you know that, you gave me a 2-minute answer. Is that what happened here?
The changes that were described were changes such as severe disorganization, getting lost in the details, ruminative thinking, obsessive thinking, gross disorganization, confusion, getting lost. None of these are symptoms of concussion.
Okay, now let me ask you this. You talked about the concerns about
I want a Cinnabon.
MRIs. Now, you're not a medical doctor, but you say you look at them, right?
They're an important piece of my evaluation, yes.
Did you hear
Thanks,
Dr.
Jake.
Hess's, testimony this morning?
I did.
Yeah.
I would never be able to go up on the stand like that. I'd probably start laughing. And they're gonna be like, "Oh, you think this is funny?" I'm like, "No, I just laugh when I'm nervous." See, look, there you go, I'm laughing again.
Excuse me, he's sad, did he not?
Poor guy. Give him another lozenge.
From 2009.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it.
2021, all the MRIs he saw, there's no change. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
No change.
Mm-hmm.
So, this testimony you gave the jury about being worried about him, this explains he's getting worse because of this. There's no evidence of that in these scans, is there?
The structural changes are not worsening, and if I'm going to go ahead and add that, it's pretty miraculous that he wasn't having some more significant problems back in 2009, and it was just a matter of when, not if.
I think what happened was Owens got sick, and the dude that's coughing right now, I think Owens got him sick, because Owens like, I'm sick of this dude, okay? This guy is being mean to me, all right? He's been rude to me in court. I'm going to get this guy sick. And look at that, this guy's sick now. Everyone's going to be sick after this trial's over.
And so I wouldn't predict that more structural changes needed to happen for him to actually start manifesting symptoms of that.
Okay,
or a country lawyer.
Let me just ask you this. Can you look in those records and see where any physician, not yourself, you're not a physician, has diagnosed those conditions that many people have, asymptomatically, where anybody diagnosed those conditions as causing his current problems? There lie the books before you. Open them up.
I didn't understand that. Could you repeat that question, please?
Show me a record where a physician, now he had many at the VA, right?
Oh, was he coughing before?
Many, not just physicians, but speech pathologists.
Then he got Owens sick then.
Psychologists.
Because I feel like him and Owens are always battling each other out. He got Owens sick.
Neuropsychiatrists who are MDs. And no one at the VA diagnosed what you're saying is the case, did they?
I'm not diagnosing anything.
Well, you're saying that these scans explain his problems, but no medical doctor has done that. Now, how can you diagnose it and you didn't see him and no medical doctor has done it? Now explain that to a simple country lawyer.
The medical doctors have all noted, it's repeatedly been stated that his brain MRI looks like he has normal pressure hydrocephalus.
Is there a diagnosis?
No.
Now, has he ever been diagnosed with normal pressure hydrocephalus? Ever?
He hasn't, because typically the diagnosis requires clinical correlation with a triad of symptoms that involves a very specific characteristic change in gait and confusion. They don't have to have dementia, but cognitive changes and urinary incontinence. Now, they say he's asymptomatic. I'm not convinced, because the most common mood symptom associated with normal pressure hydrocephalus is this lack of energy, lack of motivation, low drive, and he's been reporting this for decades.
Now, let me stop you there. Would it be accurate to say that you have a better handle on what these pre-existing problems that are identified have cost him than his medical doctors at the VA. Is that a fair statement?
No, I'm not saying I have a
All right.
better handle than any of his medical disorders, but as a neuropsychologist, I have a
Very
very
simple
unique
question.
perspective, and I'm the one that puts together neurological data and psychological data. That's my expertise, and that would be an important piece that I would take into consideration if I were evaluating him myself.
Angela popping off.
Let me ask you about executive function. I looked through your report. Again, I'm a simple country lawyer, but I can read. I don't see any reference in your report to executive function anywhere. Am I missing
I
anything?
like his glasses, the dude in the red.
No, executive
Glasses look
function
cool.
is not commonly
That's a
affected.
yes or no? That's a yes or no?
No.
Okay. Now,
Okay, Angela.
faking and malingering. Are you suggesting that Terry is faking these problems for money? Is that your suggestion?
No.
No, there's no evidence of faking or malingering of any kind. He's genuinely distressed.
Now, you say that in your report that your diagnosis is somatization disorder. Is that
All right, normal speed now. We caught up.
No, I did not diagnose him.
okay? Well, you say on page 6, somatization may also explain delayed onset or worsening of plaintiff's reported symptoms. Your words.
Somatization is used more like a noun there. It's not a diagnosis.
Okay, that's what you wrote. And somatization, so the jury understands it. Okay, I don't need a 2-minute answer. It's a very short answer. Tell the jury what it means.
Somatization is when psychological distress manifests as physical symptoms.
Okay. Now, has any physician, psychologist, or anybody else diagnosed Terry Sanderson with
Stop pointing at the jury.
somatization disorder? Anybody?
The jury's gonna feel like they're being
Not
reprimanded.
that I know of. But they all repeatedly talk about his anxiety and anxiety about his health and his symptoms and his preoccupation on his symptoms.
There's a difference between
Nice of you
this
to add that. Thank you.
and this.
Kept it under 2 minutes. Okay.
Your Honor, I object. Argumentative.
I'll withdraw it.
Next, James. Now, you know how sometimes there's like
Yeah, I'm gonna take 1 minute and just
certain cases
talk to him.
where
I'm their capitalist running dog. I gotta go talk to him for a minute. Thanks.
you know how they have like personal injury lawyers that are like, we won't take a dime if we don't win or something like that. I wonder if Terry's already paid. Look at the Terry's like, let me in another conversation. No
All
one
right.
here.
Thank you, Mr. Egan.
All right, Mr. Egan, come on up.
Dr. Eastvold, after questioning from plaintiff, is it still your opinion that plaintiff suffered at most a mild concussion from the collision occurring on February 26, 2016?
Your Honor, that's an improper redirect that's already been gone into.
Overruled?
Yes, that my opinion remains.
And is it still your opinion that plaintiff's course and evolution of self-reported symptoms is inconsistent with the known trajectory of concussion-related symptoms?
Yes.
And is it still your opinion that plaintiff's medical history is notable for a number of comorbid conditions that better explain his reported course of decline?
Yes.
No further questions, thanks.
Can I add something, please?
Oh,
Please don't.
sure, go ahead.
Okay.
He knows.
I have a lot of compassion for
Get her
Mr.
off the stand!
Sanderson. I do believe that things are...
Okay, sorry.
His reported course
Be
of
serious.
decline.
Yes.
No further questions, thanks.
Can I add something, please?
Oh,
Please don't.
sure, go ahead.
Okay. I have a lot of compassion for Mr. Sanderson. I do believe that things are changing for him.
Mm-hmm.
It is terrifying when one starts to lose their faculties. And I'm not...
I object to this.
Sustained.
Non-responsive, thank you.
It's a narrative. If you've got some more questions, go ahead.
Okay. I think we can be done. Okay.
Okay.
No further questions.
Thank you.
It is brutal. They dig through
Mr. Egan?
everything.
Your Honor, we called Dr. Galit Askenazi as an expert.
Judge, you want to take a short break? It's been an hour.
It has been an hour. Let's take a short recess.
Yes, please. Thank you. I need more water. Hi, Queen. Break, break, break. Stretch, stretch, stretch. You want a picture of Egan? I have a picture of Egan with no glasses on. We went to the website yesterday.
Short recess.
Judge, you don't even tell us how long the recess is. Judge, why? Why you do this to me? Go to my history. It was Steve Owens. What was it again? Utah, right? Utah or Idaho? Oh, here it is. Steve Owens. Hello, Steve. There you go. There's Egan with no glasses. There's Steve Owens right there, and then the two people that were doing the reading yesterday. At this rate, they'll never call Terry. Yeah, I don't know. Angela kicked their butts with her own and her calm voice. Yeah, she was like super chill up there. Good Lord. Someone did mention that about a Spotify. Do you want to listen to it? I don't know if we get flagged though. Hold on, I'll come back. Let me go use the bathroom. Oh, 5 minutes. I'm gonna use the bathroom, get some more hot water. Everyone get up, stretch, and I'll be right back. Oh, short break. So, where are we at, everyone? See what the poll says. Who? Which lawyer is the spiciest? This country lawyer, Owens. Kristen, really? Kristen only had 15% and 26%. Who the heck are these people? I don't know who any of them are. Okay, we'll do an updated poll. Who caused the crash? Who caused the crash? Terry, Gwen. Terry, Gwen, both, neither, and don't know. Okay, new poll is up. Woo! All right, I have James. Oh, just kidding. Court's in session. I have the Spotify up, but I don't know if that's the same James Egan.
Ready
Did
for
someone
the jury?
find that out on Twitter?
All right, why don't you let him know?
Hi, Judge Kent. You're looking good today. Oh, no bow tie, Judge. Wearing a regular tie today? Yeah, right? Getting to know the lawyers. That's the fun part. Apparently, in Utah, it's snowing right now. They're having some sort of snowstorm. Is there an actual video? No. We need the video. No, there's no actual video.
The lawyers approach the bench, please.
Yeah, no videos, but a lot of witnesses that saw the before and the after. One witness who claimed to have saw the actual crash. That's about it. And then we just have two different versions of what happened. Because I was thinking like, oh, maybe they collided into each other and they got tangled up somehow. But Gwen is saying that Terry slid between her skis and came up behind her slowly. And then they fell over. Terry's saying he was skiing and Gwen yells like King Kong as if she was trying to avoid a tree or something. Smacks into him and then he lost consciousness. So we get a lot of different stories. No, the GoPro ended up being a doozy. She thought there would be GoPro. The dad said that, this is what they're claiming, but the dad said that because there were so many people around and it was a blood-curdling scream, someone must have turned their head towards the crash and hopefully it was caught in GoPro. So she thought there might be a GoPro out there. Paltrow trial listed as a super spreader event. Oh, because like everyone's getting sick. Wonder what they're talking about. Any lip readers in here? Oh, someone mentioned that one of the lawyers looks like a Alec Baldwin, one of the Baldwin brothers. Are you talking about this guy right here? This dude? He's got like a Italian mob gangster vibe. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Usually when you think of celebrity trials, you think like celebrities would have like a bunch of lawyers, but it's really interesting how she just has like two main lawyers up there. But they're doing a good job splitting the work between the two of them. The big boy looks like one of them. Yeah, apparently, I only know about the other Baldwin brother, and apparently he's also
in order to determine if due to the ski accident he suffered any cognitive or mental health issues, and if he did so, to what extent.
we approach the bench. I think this needs to be put to the
The chat is, I don't know, the chat's like connecting, disconnecting. Can anyone hear me? Oh, about the other Baldwin brother, and apparently he's also an actor as well. Haley Baldwin's. Is it back? I don't know if it's YouTube that went down or I have no idea what happened. Okay, maybe YouTube just went down? Okay. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. Everything's short circulating. Well, at least they're still doing sidebar. We're back. The Baldwin bots. We got attacked by the Baldwin bots. Okay, we're back now. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. It was a blip. I think YouTube just went down for a bit. That was interesting. Yeah, I don't know. No idea what happened. The bots came in. They came and attacked. Okay, let me refresh my chat now. Ah! Sorry, that's me. That's me in the background. Okay. Well, you know, we didn't miss anything anyways. They were just doing a sidebar. I was a little bit worried because it did rain in the area. And I was like, oh my God, I hope we don't lose power again. Or I hope the internet doesn't go out. But I think everything's all Gucci for now. La 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 la. I was going to ask how your gardening is coming along. Oh, okay. So landscaping is done. Okay. I skipped on the metal edging because it was too expensive. It was about $100 per 6 feet. Installation was going to be another like $600 to $800. So I was like, F that. So I went to Home Depot, got some like big fat old stones, create a pathway. And it was like $200. It was good. You put the stones down, put the mulch down. The cats are still coming into my yard because they like the new mulch.
Conference, can we have asserted to the plaintiff?
Cats are still fucking with me.
Thank you.
And now there's mushrooms all over my yard because of cat poop, and I don't want my dogs to die eating it, so.
It's under advisement right now because it's a pending objection based on what's going on with the questioning.
Okay, Dr. Eskenazi, the next question I was going to ask you was, did I ask you to, in particular, look at Dr. Fong's assessment of Mr. Sanderson?
Yes, I was asked to specifically look at cognitive effects and Dr. Fong's assessment in this treatment.
She's going to contradict Dr. Fong. This is Dr. Bongs.
And we'll just start with the main point. Do you agree with Dr. Fong's assessment?
In terms of persistent post-concussive syndrome, no, I do not.
And why do you have expertise to be able to offer that opinion?
Okay, are you asking about, like, to start with my education?
Yeah, sure, you can give us your background, yeah.
So I completed my undergraduate degree at Princeton in psychology. I then spent 2 years after that working at Harvard Medical School and Mass General Hospital assessing dementia and doing work in the diagnostic clinic there. I then completed both my master's and PhD in clinical psychology at Case Western Reserve University, which is in Cleveland. It's a general clinical degree but I specialize in neuropsychology. I created for myself my own training experiences in neuropsychology. I then spent a year as a neuropsychology intern at the VA in Cleveland for my pre-doctoral internship. And then after I graduated, I
God, I hate when people honk the horn in the fucking
two-year
neighborhood. So annoying.
postdoctoral fellowship or residency in
Just
clinical
call them.
neuropsychology in accordance with what we call the Houston guidelines. It dictates how you have to finish 2 years of supervised training with a board-certified clinical neuropsychologist, and how it's required that you continue your education so you have more expertise, and then complete an examination with that. And then once I finished all that formal education, I got board certified in clinical neuropsychology, which is a few-year process. There's a few steps to it: written examination, samples, oral examination. And then I respecialized in forensic psychology. I did an internship or a postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology, and I also got board certified in forensic psychology.
Ooh, forensic psychology.
I'm currently one of 6 people in the country with those dual certifications.
So, in your opinion, did Dr. Fong sufficiently assess Mr. Sanderson's medical condition and history to render the opinion that she did about his persistent post-concussive symptoms?
No, and as people have already said today, and I don't want to be too redundant, in order to assess a concussion, first and foremost, you need to know the symptoms at the time. It's considered an acute and immediate condition, so you need to know the symptoms at the time. Then to establish if someone has post-concussive syndrome, you actually have to show the path from the concussion to those symptoms that a person is claiming. Dr. Fong reviewed absolutely no medical records, even though this was a legal referral to her. She took at face value his report that he'd been having surgery.
Just a reminder, this is who Dr. Fong was. Did she have green screen in her background too? Dr. Fong's testimony was also really important, but they gave her a lot of shit for not looking at his medical records from like the old medical records. Shoot, where's Dr. Fong at? She's this one right here. This is Dr. Fong. You guys remember Dr. Fong? Alina Fong, neuropsychologist, treated Terry 1 year after the accident. Was not a hired expert, but she was just the one who was treating him, I think.
Certain symptoms for a year and a half straight, which we know through the medical records that is not true at all. He had some symptoms at the beginning, completely resolved, and then actually his records after that show full resolution with multiple, of course, neuropsychological testings during that time.
And are you
Dr.
familiar
Fong?
with Dr.
No.
Fong's testimony that, as I believe it, if I'm remembering it correctly, that the defense experts, which would include you, don't recognize persistent post-concussive symptoms?
So post-concussive syndrome is a well-known condition, but the thing is, its symptoms overlaps with multiple other conditions, and that's why you have to connect it back to the acute concussion. Now, the term persistent post-concussive syndrome is one that's considered in the neuropsychology community to be one that's under research. There's no real evidence that after 3 months a person continues to have symptoms from a concussion or a mild traumatic brain injury. So that's still under investigation if those symptoms are truly persistent.
So Dr. Fong, as you said, did not review prior records, but did you review prior records?
I reviewed the records from around the time. I reviewed 15 years of medical records beforehand, and as many of the medical records given to me afterwards, as well as some of the reports associated with the accident.
And you have your own opinions about that prior medical history and how it might relate to Dr. Fong's diagnosis, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, especially because when you're talking about any acute condition, you need to know what are the changes from before to after to say, well, this acute condition caused those changes possibly.
And as I understand it, you've created some slides that go over some of those opinions, is that correct?
Yes, so I created slides that summarize the records I reviewed and the information I thought that was relevant to form my opinions.
Okay, we like demonstrations.
Yes.
And so with that, Your Honor, I move to admit or to publish to the jury as a demonstrative exhibit, Defense Exhibit
105 is A through another letter. I got to go to the end here.
Can't wait to hear rebuttals. Rebuttals are interesting.
V, as in vehicle.
V, Victor?
Yeah, Victor, yeah.
Okay. Any objection to defense exhibit 105A
Yes,
through V on for demonstrative purposes that have any objections other than those that have already been voiced?
I haven't voiced any objections to it, but it's not in the report, and it's undisclosed. So we've never seen it. They could have shown us this further.
Well, yeah, so
It's in our
are these demonstratives, were they provided under the pretrial order?
They were provided before the deadline, Your Honor.
These slides?
Yes,
Yes.
they were.
105.
Uh-oh.
I've not seen them.
What's it? Can you cite them
I
again?
don't think we've seen them, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor.
I wonder if you could show me where you provided them to the other side so we can move on beyond this.
Sure.
Yeah, it's been raining a lot, and then also the mushrooms are growing where the cat's been pooping.
Yes. One of the plaintiffs' side come up here so you can take a look at this.
These are the March 16th ones?
Yeah, I think Mr. Ferguson just showed you where we initially disclosed it. Is that there?
Oh, snaps.
This is the very first one.
Got the binder up. Binder reminds me of school shopping. You know when the new semester starts, you got to get all your materials and stuff. Got to get your 3-inch binder, your dividers, your highlighters, your pencils, Sharpies. You know, the crazy thing was every year we had to buy new school supplies. My mom should have just been like, reuse the old one. They're still just as good. But that was the exciting part, starting the school year with new, pens and paper and everything.
They were disclosed, I think, late.
Incorrectly.
But
Why
they
don't
were
you
never identified.
take a look at what just came over there because.
They were never identified as coming from her. Just
Doctor.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Sykes. Do you want to take trial time up to nail this down?
well, give me 10 seconds then.
Oh no. What did everyone eat for lunch? I'm actually getting a little bit hungry now.
December 31st.
Hey, lunchtime is like 2:30.
Go ahead. Okay. They are received for demonstrative purposes only to help this.
Dude, someone get the guy a
illustrate her
face mask.
testimony.
And Your Honor, can I have that delay of time attributed to the plaintiff, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay, Dr. Ashkenazi, I'm going to put your slides up here. And my iPad is not putting them there. Apologize for the delay. I don't.
There's a bunch of doctors in the house. They're all testifying. They ain't gonna help him though. Ooh, chicken and potatoes.
Dr. Ashkenazi, while it's coming up, so we don't waste time. Oh, there it is. Are these the slides that we were just discussing?
Yes, they are.
Nando's.
Great. And let's go into the first slide, which is Mr. Sanderson's mental health history. You note a number of things, but I would like to focus on some things that maybe have not been covered,
Last year?
including
No, last-
Mr. Sanderson's mental health history, how it relates to his emotions and relationships. So if you could discuss the mental health history with that focus.
Nando's like a chicken place.
This is duplicative of Dr. Eastvold, and we just discussed that at the bench.
Overruled. Some minor overlap, but it doesn't seem significant.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Do you remember the question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I won't repeat the known history of anxiety and depression. And again, this is not something that Dr. Fong had assessed. And we know it dates back decades. But very specifically, he had sought treatment in 2009 because he was having relationship issues, both with his family and in other relationships, that he described as a conflictual interactional style that got him into trouble. He described that he is someone who likes to be in control, and he gets frustrated when he's not. And these were in the treatment records as to why he was seeking out treatment at that time.
Got it. Did you note in his history any significant anger issues?
It has been brought to my attention that there was an issue that
I know, I'm getting so hungry.
At some point who he believed was in a relationship with his wife. There was also a restraining order. So the first one was beforehand, and the second one was in the last few years, a restraining order against him.
Let's see.
Wait, separate incidents? Restraining order and punching someone?
A couple things there, so we'll move
Indian
on.
food? Ooh.
Whoops, sorry. Here's the next slide. It's still under that same banner of prior medical history, meaning before the accident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And here you kind of talk about medications, which has not really been discussed, I don't believe, in too much detail. What was significant to you in the past, again, the pre-accident history in terms of Mr. Sanderson's medications?
So we've already talked about that he's long been on medicines for depression, anxiety, and insomnia, but multiple times over the years before this incident, he tried to get off the medications, and every time he tried to get off them, his symptoms would always rebound. He'd have greater depression, greater anxiety, couldn't sleep, and so it was a bit of a cycle that he would get off and then need to get back on it again.
And were these all being treated at the time of the accident?
So they were being treated, but what's interesting, in his last visit with his primary care physician right before the accident, the one that occurred on February 2nd, 2006, he actually informed his doctor that he had taken himself off his Wellbutrin, which was his antidepressant and the medicine that was also helping control some of his anxiety. So you're talking within a few weeks of his accident, he had disclosed that he had taken himself off his medication again.
And why was that significant in your evaluation?
I found it significant because the records beforehand showed that he had always had a rebound when he got off medication. So some of his reported mood changes in the months that followed when he was still off the medication could have been attributed to not having it properly treated.
Did he do anything else aside from take prescribed medications to deal with his mental health issues?
He did a lot of things. He was in stress management classes. He looked into Eastern philosophies, into meditation. He did yoga. He did a lot of different things in attempts to help better be stable, to supplement his medication, but again, also to try to get off his medications.
And were any of these things that he tried, medications or the what would be the word, the non-medication treatment, was any of that successful?
So I'd refer to that as adjunct therapies to the medication as well. So they were successful, but none of them permanently. So he always has cycled. So he'll be stable for a while, and sometimes even on medication, he destabilizes, and he tends to do it when there are family issues or relationship issues, or he has suffered an acute medical issue.
So why is that history significant to the assessment post-accident? In other words, what is significant about this history for your opinions relating to his concussion?
So you want to know what or how a person was functioning before any major event. You want to know, did the major event cause the changes, or would these be expected as sort of the normal cycle of that individual? And what can you attribute to what?
I see. And these issues that you noted pre-accident, did they continue post-accident?
They did. Now, he did have an exacerbation right after the accident. He was in pain. He was on oxycodone. His hypertension was out of control. He was irritable from the pain and from the medication. He was feeling foggy because of it. And he also, of course, was not on his medication that he had discontinued right beforehand. So you do see a flare-up of his mental health complaints, his anxiety especially, but also his, his depression in the months that followed. But then you can also see that by the end of July, beginning of August, he's back to his baseline.
I see. And when you say baseline, does that mean where his mental health conditions were?
Is Terry still back there? I feel like this would be harder for Terry to listen to, listening to doctors basically saying that, like, what you experience is not what you think you experience. Like, those would be some tough things.
Before the accident?
Exactly. So it's his baseline, not anyone else's. So
or Terry.
He always had some chronic anxiety. He'd always had periods of depression. The insomnia persisted. So he was back to his baseline. So starting about August 2016, you see that he doesn't have exceptional complaints about flare-ups of anxiety, flare-ups of depression. He actually has no cognitive complaints starting in August 2016 in his medical records. Beyond those, that would be normal for someone's age, some minor forgetfulness. So that's important because you see that there was an exacerbation, and about 5 months later, his ribs are healed, he's off the pain medication, and he's back to his pre-existing baseline.
And in your review of Dr. Fong's evaluation, she did not consider any of this that you're discussing, is that right?
No, she didn't seem to know that at all. She actually had documented that he reported things like dizziness, loss of balance, headaches, attention problems, memory problems that not only were present, but had been present the entire year and a half prior to her seeing him, which the medical records show is not true.
Let's go to the next slide. It's the brain scan history. I think this was covered earlier by Dr. Black. Were you in the courtroom?
Yes, I was. This has been covered quite a bit. But I'm not sure if this was mentioned or not, but the reason why he had the brain scan was not actually just because of that occlusion in his retinal artery. He had a flare-up of his migraine headaches, which he had suffered from his 30s or 40s, and they were checking his brain then, and that's when they found the normal pressure hydrocephalus, or found results they thought were consistent with it. But as you can see in my note there actually were no cognitive complaints at that time.
Okay, so here's the next slide relating to the skiing incident of February 26, 2016.
You see Terry back there?
And you were here for Dr.
Can't see the mirror.
Testimony.
Yes.
We don't want to cover things that have been covered already. Do you have any opinions that would be new, any new insight relating to this particular incident and Mr. Sanderson's symptoms, the way it may have contributed to those?
I absolutely agree with everything that Dr. Eastvold said about this. I had also read a little bit more about his claim of amnesia, of not recalling what happened before and not having formed those memories of what happened before. It was actually much later that he started telling stories of what he recalled. But that was not there initially. He said he did not know what happened that led to that accident. And then, of course, she had also mentioned, we talk about the oxycodone. He started drinking more. He was in pain, and his blood pressure was unstable right afterwards. So those are all things that occurred immediately afterwards as well.
You mentioned the telling of this accident story, and I'm wondering if you might comment on the term confabulation.
Oh, it's confabulation. It was conflabulation. I was like, it sounds like flatulence. So we were trying to figure out whether or not Terry knew that he was hit from behind, or if Terry was just solely relying on Ramon. And when we asked a bunch of Terry's witnesses, we got mixed answers. I think some of them said Terry had no idea what happened to him. And some people said, oh, Terry knew. It was his first account of what happened to him.
Whether it's connected, it has come up in prior testimony. Is
it fab or flab?
So confabulation is a bit different. In a technical term in neuropsychology, we talk about confabulation as people making things up to fill in gaps.
Fabulous.
We often see it in dementia, or other type of
was
neurological
flab.
disorders where they can't remember it. It doesn't seem to be a real confabulation. I don't know if there really was amnesia or he really did recall things. But I'm not going to opine because there's no real source of him to confabulate. That's not something you'd see associated with a concussion.
I see. Are there any other maybe related notable patterns that you see in Mr. Sanderson? For example, maybe embellishment?
Yes, so he's very interesting because sometimes he embellishes his medical issues and sometimes he completely denies them or minimizes them. They're very extreme. The one issue that really comes to mind is when he cut his calf with a box opener. He was opening a box, and he ended up cutting his calf, and he needed stitches for it.
Woo!
And he went to the ER, and he got stitches. He had some concern in the week that followed that he had maybe deep vein thrombosis or compartment syndrome. He went back to the ER. They said, no, you're fine. 5 years later, he tells his doctor that when he cut himself, he cut his femoral artery and almost bled to death.
What? Wait, oh, that's pretty major. Oh man, during 2020, I broke this dish, just exploded in my hand, and I had this really bad cuts all over my hand. And my friend, luckily, he's an ER doctor. I reached out to him. I was like, "What do I do? Do I need stitches?" He's like, you should be okay." He's like, "Just push the meat together, push the meat together, wrap it real tightly." And I was like, "Okay." Wait, oh, this is a bombshell. I need evidence of this. This is a huge bombshell for me.
Syndrome. He went back to the ER. They said, no, you're fine. 5 years later, he tells his doctor that when he cut himself, he cut his femoral artery and almost bled to death. And that he's been having symptoms since that time, even though this is the very first time in 5 years he's ever mentioned it to his doctor he's been seeing over the course of 5 years.
So what does that tell you about...
This goes far beyond Dr. Fong. We just saw it at the bench. It's just duplicative testimony.
Overruled?
So what does...
I don't know. I need to see the medical
episode or
report.
Trait like that tell you about...
She might be misrepresenting it.
Mr. Sanderson's symptoms after the accident. Does
It's
it
pretty
give you
specific,
any
though.
insight as to what's going on?
Well, I think he himself best explained it when he said that he has changed his report of things based on the attention he wants to get at the time.
I see. Okay, let's go to the next slide.
Oh no.
This is, I guess I haven't been really saying these for the record. This is 105F, in case that's helpful. So again, Dr. Eastvold had talked about the concussion, but Dr. Fong also talks about the concussion, and you're aware of her testimony about it, correct?
Yes.
And is there anything that we haven't discussed already that you'd like to add in responding to Dr. Fong's opinion about that, relating the post-accident symptoms to a concussion?
So the organization, the leading organization of clinical neuropsychology in the country is the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology. And in 2017, they published meta-analysis of research, meaning they looked at a lot of research out there about post-concussion syndrome. And what they found was that symptoms associated with post-concussion syndrome are actually more frequently reported in individuals with mental health diagnoses who've never even had a traumatic brain injury than someone who's had a mild traumatic brain injury with no other conditions. So I think it's important to realize that they're saying that once you hit 3 months, you really cannot use the symptoms that are reported to diagnose post-concussion syndrome. You really have to show the pathway from the concussion to those complaints.
And did you see any indication that Dr. Fong was aware of the study that you just mentioned?
I mean, this was a compilation of many, many studies with thousands of actual individuals associated with that study. I don't believe so. I didn't see her mention it whatsoever, that she seemed to be aware that they had published it was the leading authority in clinical neuropsychology had published this information.
Josh, we object to this. This violates your order on disclosure of medical literature is going to be used. We never see this.
Has this been disclosed?
This particular study?
Right.
I believe it's mentioned in Dr. Askenazzi's report.
Okay. Overruled?
Did you note that, staying with concussions for just a second, did you note that Dr. Fong offered testimony that studies are actually showing that there are increasing numbers of people that have persistent post-concussion symptoms?
Again, that's still considered research because it's hard for us to distinguish this constellation of symptoms from other conditions. So whether or not it's really due to the brain, whether it's due to mental health factors, whether or not there's something else going on, it's hard to know. I am familiar with some research that has looked into it, and they haven't controlled for things like how many concussions has the person had in what time frame.
I see. And what would be the problem if
3 inches,
the results
yeah.
if you didn't control for that kind of a thing?
So
5'8"
we know
to
that if someone
5'5".
suffers a second concussion when they're still actively symptomatic from the first one, it will have an additive effect. It will actually make things worse, the symptoms worse, and the recovery longer.
I see. And let's go to the next slide here.
Man, these
This
experts
one,
are on
you
fire.
titled Complicating Factors, and you discuss, there's various things here, but I want to focus on the increased blood pressure. I don't know that that's been discussed very much. What's notable about the increase of blood pressure in your mind?
So a few days after the accident, and he was prescribed the oxycodone the second day, he contacts his doctor and he says, my blood pressure is really high. I believe he had assessed it at home at something like 196 over 104, which is exceptionally high and could be really contributing to symptoms. He followed up with her the next day, then he went in and saw her the next week. And it's important because it can be contributing to the symptoms of feeling foggy or unwell or not like yourself. That's pretty high blood pressure.
So,
What's my blood
was
pressure
that
again?
blood pressure
The highest I think was like 120, right?
contributing to symptoms Mr. Sanderson believed were connected to the concussion in your mind?
It appeared so, yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Uh-oh.
You just want to believe that Gwyneth yelled like King Kong, don't you, Keldon? Oh! Or was it, sorry, King Kong or Godzilla? Ah!
Let me reset it.
Can we pull up a sound effect for Godzilla?
Okay, so the next slide is...
I'm gonna be honest, that story was hilarious when he said that.
Dr. Eastvold covered these.
It was as if King Kong was coming after me.
Yes, that is correct.
So I think we can move on from those.
I'm thinking of Tarzan.
Unless you have anything to add that she didn't cover.
No.
Okay, and then this 2017 cognitive complaints, I believe this also...
Gwyneth Paltrow.
covers things that Dr. Eastvold covered, is that correct?
It did, but she didn't cover the interim. So in the medical records, between that August 2016 and through that early April 2017, again, he is not complaining exceptionally about mental health symptoms or cognitive symptoms. And the last time he sees his regular doctor is February 13th in 2017. There aren't complaints then. It was only when his friend dies from Alzheimer's disease that he starts worrying that he is experiencing cognitive decline.
I still feel bad for Terry Sanderson, though.
I think in the interest of time...
Poor dude.
We're on 105J.
Atomic breath.
We don't have very much time, so I'm trying to figure out what to focus on here.
That's James.
I think most of this was covered by
Judge, can we take a break?
Eastvold.
Getting hungry.
Could you actually go back to that last one?
Sure. The cognitive
Yes.
effects, I didn't mean to skip that. Obviously, this is Dr. Fong's, cognitive effects is Dr. Fong's clinic, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And let's see, how would you characterize what her clinic does?
So what they do is, and this is her words, they do a boot camp to rehabilitate people from mild traumatic brain injuries, whether it's weeks, months, years, or decades after the fact.
I see. And what are the criticisms you have of their approach? And let's not talk about the imaging because that hasn't been...
Oh, it's gonna get spicy.
So the thing is, what is offered there is not unusual in terms of rehabilitation for traumatic brain injuries. But moderate to severe traumatic brain injuries, none of these treatments have really been established in mild traumatic brain injury. And that's fine if they're using this for research to try to establish that. The thing is specifically in Mr. Sanderson's case, he was cognitively assessed over and over again, at least once per day during the time he was there. They assess in the morning and sometimes also in the afternoon, give them tasks of attention, have them read stuff, see if they comprehend it, see if he has memory for it later that day or the next day. Every one of his cognitive assessments at Cognitive FX showed that he was cognitively intact.
Let's move to this slide that talks about a head injury. Do you recall Dr. Fong reporting that Mr. Sanderson had told her about a head injury he had experienced because he was dehydrated and fell down? Do you remember that?
So yes, but this didn't occur during his intake for Cognitive FX because it happened afterwards. I believe it was for her deposition that it was mentioned.
Right, and what's significant, if anything, about that injury in your mind?
Okay. So according to Mr. Sanderson, he arrived home one day dehydrated, passed out, hit his head, and he believed he was unconscious for at least 45 minutes. And then he awoke with a bump on his head. As he described, he thought this event could have killed him, and he couldn't believe that he didn't call emergency services for it. Now, whether or not this is an embellishment of what really happened or not, I don't know, because he actually didn't seek treatment for this event. But what I do know is by his own description, this is a much more significant event than anything that happened in 2016.
And did you note whether he reported this particular event to other providers, aside from Dr. Fong?
No, I did not see it in my original review of VA records.
There's been some talk about Mr. Sanderson's heart and heart conditions. Do you know anything about his heart conditions?
I know a bit. I know he has a history of heart palpitations. And
are those related to your opinions in any way?
It's not related to the opinions about his medical condition, but it's important to know his sort of decision-making strategies associated with it, because after Dr. Goldstein recommended he either try a psychostimulant for attention problems or something for early onset or early signs of dementia, he chose to go the psychostimulant route, and he asked to get on a medicine like Adderall or Concerta. And both his cardiologist and psychiatrist told him he should not, given his heart conditions. And he researched and he communicated with him all the reasons why he thought should be taking this, and even the specific medication he thought he should or should not be taking. And he eventually did go on the medication, assuming full risk, because both of his doctors had told him they did not agree with that.
So does that do those events tell you anything about Mr. Sanderson's post-accident symptoms, the things he's connected back to the accident?
I don't know if it's connected back to the accident, but again, it shows sort of this pattern of how he approaches his medical conditions and how he deals with them.
And how is that?
It can be extreme at times. I mean, sometimes he overreports it, sometimes he denies it. We know before his accident, he delayed getting treatment for potential cancer for years. He got referred over and over and over again to have follow-up, and he didn't because he didn't want to deal with it.
I see. And you've talked about Dr. Fong receiving a self-report from Mr. Sanderson. Do you have any opinions about whether Mr. Sanderson has a pattern of being an unreliable reporter of his own medical condition?
So my concern is he's reporting symptoms to her in a way that it made it sound like it had continued through time. But he had complained once about gait difficulty. He was assessed and it was normal. He had complained about attention and memory, but it was tested and it was normal. And he wasn't providing the full picture of these symptoms he was complaining about and the time frame and the test results associated with these complaints already having been evaluated.
Let's go, just because we got very little time here. This is your last slide, I believe, your conclusions. And maybe we can just use this as a moment to sum up and make sure the jury understands your opinion. Do you believe that Mr. Sanderson has any permanent symptoms relating back to his ski accident in 2016?
No, by the end of July 2016, his records from his treatment providers are quite clean in that regard.
And do you believe he had a concussion?
It's questionable. There's been a lot of question regarding concussion, regarding loss of consciousness, regarding if there was real amnesia. Was his disorientation just a brief what happened, or was it real disorientation? But I prefer giving it to him, saying that, this event did cause a mild concussion, but we know almost immediately there's no more symptoms of it.
All right. Maybe my last question for now is whether you believe it's unprofessional for you to render opinions about Mr. Sanderson having not met with him and evaluated him personally.
Okay. So anyone that engages in a psychological evaluation for forensic purposes, meaning for legal purposes, we are guided by the Forensic Psychology Specialty Guidelines. So whereas the American Psychological Association oversees clinical work, the Forensic Psychology Guidelines oversees legal work. And whether or not you're boarded in forensic psychology, you're supposed to be abiding by those guidelines. And they very specifically talk about knowing that sometimes it may not be necessary to do an in-person evaluation. You may not have access to them. I've had cases where I've had to recreate mental status for someone who's passed away and change their will at the end of their life. Sometimes you just don't have that access. And they are very specific in saying that if there are any limitations to your opinions, especially due to if you don't see them in person, that you identify those. But I felt very comfortable in giving the opinions because I had all the records from the time and for at least 5 years afterwards.
Dr. Fong noted that Mr. Sanderson complained of cognitive issues after the concussion, correct?
Yes.
And what is your response to her conclusions about those cognitive assessments or cognitive issues?
Well, in the records, he does complain about being foggy and having trouble paying attention. And that's why he asked to get evaluated and why he was sent to a speech therapist for that evaluation in March and April 2016. So he was taken seriously at that time with those complaints. But as we know, that testing was clean, and even the speech therapist told him that there's a big difference between motivation and memory.
Did you see that executive function table that we showed Dr. Fong, or sorry, Dr. Eastvold?
Yes.
I want to watch dolls.
Did you have anything to add to what she said about it?
No, I think she was very thorough in describing there's a big difference between self-report and what is objectively assessed.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you.
Wow. Back to back.
Mr.
Great
Egan.
witnesses. Cross-examination is going to be spicy.
Let's keep going.
I thought it was really important that she said, so in 2019, oh, thank you so much for the $5.99. I appreciate that. Oh, and YouTube, they keep about like 30%. Thank you so much for $5.99. Appreciate it. Thank you. I thought it was really important that she said, 2019, Terry Sanderson said he passed out, and he said he passed out for 45 minutes. Well, it's like, okay, well, how did he know he passed out for 45 minutes? One, right? Unless he looked at the clock before it happened, and then he woke up and looked at the clock directly afterwards. Or maybe he has like some sort of like Nest home camera or something like that. But he said 45 minutes. And then she did mention that, like, okay, well, if that did happen, if that was true, that would have been a bigger event than him having a, the ski accident concussion. So that was pretty important. All right, I'm going to catch up live and speed up a little bit. And Taxi, thank you so much for the $5.99. I really appreciate it. Thank you. New Apple Watch feature. All right, here's this is Spicy Lawyer. I think Spicy Lawyer is coming. I see. Oh, we're caught up live now. Okay. Sorry, I went to go use the bathroom. I had to get something to eat. I was so hungry. I got some soup here.
I noticed in your Vita that
I know I'm being biased, as Leon, because the argument about not seeing the person you diagnosed was something I really believed in the JDAH trial, but now I'm like, meh. Well, Dr. Spiegel, so I think the reason why he came off as so ridiculous is because he mentioned something about studying Johnny Depp through his movies. He misinterpreted why Johnny Depp had the voice lines fed to him, apparently, but it was really like music that was being fed to him. Who else was there? Remember Dr. Shaw? Dr. Shaw, I think he evaluated Amber Heard, Dr. Shaw? Who did Dr. Shaw evaluate again? I just remember Dr. Spiegel. He just looked ridiculous because his testimony was kind of wacky. But I'm trying to remember Dr. Shaw, if he evaluated Amber as well, or did Dr. Shaw just evaluate Johnny Depp further?
at least as far as I could tell, all of your experiences with criminal cases.
Oh gosh, no. Those were notable cases that I've testified on. About 75 to 80% of my forensic work is civil.
Okay. So, with respect to this case, you're telling the jury that, I mean, you knew this was going to be a big, important case, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And did you ever request to do a personal evaluation?
So we discussed this possibility because I was originally asked to do a records review.
Mm-hmm.
And I let them know that if after reviewing the records I felt a need to see him in person in order to render any opinions regarding the questions that were being asked, that I would very specifically request it.
Isn't it generally for someone like yourself, a professional, independent professional, isn't it better to have a clinical interview and do testing yourself?
In a case like this, when you're talking about an incident that's more than 5 years old, no, because the longer you get away from an incident, the more distorted the memories get for that incident.
Okay. So, because at 7 years old, you didn't think you needed to do an evaluation and actually have a clinical meeting with him.
So I was actually concerned if he was starting to develop dementia based on his complaints. But again, I'm seeing testing in 2020 and even scans in 2021. Dr. Bohm did a mental status examination. All of it showed intact cognitive functioning. So if I was concerned that he had a newer onset dementia or cognitive difficulties, I would have requested it.
So, in this case, you're saying no exam, but no harm, no foul. Is that basically it?
Yes, because we're specifically talking about an acute mild traumatic brain injury years ago and the time after that.
Okay. Now, I think you're the only expert we have.
Oh, maybe, Ian. I vaguely remember that.
I do apologize. This cold has been dogging me for a while. The only expert
Yeah,
we
you
have
got
for the defense
Owen sick.
that prepared an actual report. Okay, and it's about. Let's see here. Without your Vita, it's 54 pages, single-spaced.
Yes, that's sort of like a moderate range for me. I sometimes write reports well up to and over 100 pages, depending on how many years of records or other expert reports that I might review.
I did a word search and looked for the words executive function. Executive function. The only reference I found to it was where you're simply reporting a test someone else gave. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, because there's no report in his medical records that he was having executive functioning difficulties.
Did you read the report of Sam Goldstein?
Yes, I did.
Did you read Alina Fong?
Well, she didn't really do a report. You mean the pre and post, like assessments?
Simple yes or no. Did you read a report from her?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure what you're saying when you say report, because I don't believe she wrote a report.
Did you watch the testimony of either Dr. Fong or Dr. Goldstein?
Yes, I saw Dr. Fong's.
Did you see her testimony about executive functioning? It's one of the main problems that Terry has.
That's the main problems he self-reports, but again, every single assessment while he was there showed he was intact. There was nothing in his actual medical records documenting executive dysfunction other than a self-report.
But if you come to Utah to testify in a big case, and you know that's going to happen, right? Isn't it, from a professional standpoint, lacking in responsibility not to address his biggest problem? His biggest problem.
Executive function. You didn't even mention it in the 54-page report.
That's
Correct?
because in all the records I reviewed, that was not listed as his problem.
Okay. Did you read the depositions of Carlene Davidson and Shay Hareth and Polly Gresham?
Not of his girlfriend, but of the daughters.
You didn't read his girlfriend's deposition?
No, I did not.
Do you know that she was with him for a year and a half before the ski crash and 6 months after?
That sounds like a long time beforehand. That doesn't sound quite right, but I'll take whatever you give me.
That's what she testified to, both in deposition and in trial.
I don't know the specific length of their relationship.
Now, do you think a person like that might be able to tell you a lot about executive functioning?
A layperson? No, I trust the experts a lot more in that regard.
Oh, okay. So you don't look at before and after witnesses then?
If I had actually seen before and after reports of anyone who knew him, I of course would have looked at that. I never saw that.
You didn't think that her testimony by deposition was important enough to read it, did you?
It has nothing to do with important or not. I wasn't provided it, and I specifically asked for all the objective data that there was, including all the medical records. When you talk about depositions of family members, you get into a very murky area because they oftentimes have a vested interest in the outcome.
So the defense did not provide you the deposition of Carlene Davidson?
I wasn't provided any depositions until last week after the trial actually started.
The defense didn't provide you the deposition of Polly Gresham?
That's correct.
The defense didn't provide you the deposition of Shay Hareth?
Yes, that's correct.
Ooh, subtitles are off again.
That each of those three women, 2 daughters and a girlfriend, longtime girlfriend that was hoping to marry him, okay, said that there was a sudden and dramatic change in his condition beginning with the ski crash. Are you aware of that?
Yes, as I told you, I did read them last week, and the main issue is if you look at one of them, they said it was immediate and he recovered from his slowness. There's a lot of contradictory things between the depositions and the actual trial. So I did review them, but again, you can't give the same weight to a family self-report to symptoms when you're talking about reviewing 20 years of medical records that literally documents objective information from before to after.
Okay. It's a very short question I answered, and you gave me a very long answer. Let me try again, okay? I'm just a simple country lawyer, and not very smart, okay? But I can't.
That's not working, okay?
Now, do you think that the depositions of 3 people who know him very well could give you insight on what his condition was before and after the ski crash?
I don't think it provides much objective information, but it provides personal context.
Yeah, country lawyer that reads Shakespeare.
Hey, are you aware that Dr. Fong has treated thousands and thousands and thousands of people with traumatic brain injury? You aware of that?
Her businesses, yes.
Okay.
I can't wait to hear from Dr. Fong.
Dr. Goldstein has written dozens of books and book chapters and authored many tests, including one on executive function. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but I don't refer to that as a test. When it's a self-report, it's referred to as a scale, and that's how he refers to it.
Okay. Are you aware that he developed that?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that he testified here in open court that it's in use worldwide?
No, I'm not. I did not see his testimony.
Were you aware that Dr. Fong treats about 20%, I think, of her patients or come from other countries?
No, I don't know that.
You know, last week she was in Holland, Netherlands, giving a lecture on what she does. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you if you made an effort to tell the whole story in your report.
I tried to tell the story as completely as I could. As you said, my first report was 56 pages long. That was a summary of all the materials I'd been given at that time.
Your Honor, I ask permission to show a section of her report that we're talking about this.
Any objection?
Object as to hearsay.
There's an objection as to hearsay that be sustained.
Okay.
The report is hearsay.
Yeah, but the witness is here to testify about it.
Can we admit it?
I don't want to admit it, but she's here to testify about it. So surely I can cross-examine her.
Where's his mic?
And she wrote for this jury.
Sure, you can do that, but you can do that without showing it to her.
Right. Fair enough.
Showing it to the jury.
Oh my God, this guy needs a tissue. Please go get a tissue.
Show me your own report. So let me read it to you.
Your Honor, admit it as a...
Reports are never admissible. We have a bunch we could admit to, but I think it would bore the jury to read them. So
go ahead and ask your question.
Poor guy.
You have your report handy?
Who, Betty? Me?
No, if you want to give me a copy.
You have a copy she can use?
We turn off the subtitles. It's pretty off today. Yesterday was bad too, and I took it off then.
Let's take a look at it, page 23.
Like I will say, I have done that a couple times while being sick, or if my nose is really
Now,
stuffy.
Your Honor, I can show her.
I feel like he really needs to get some hot tea and blow his nose or something.
For the record, which exhibit are you?
This is 28. That's 27. Excuse me, 27.
Plaintiff's 27?
Yep.
Okay.
It is. Let's take a look here. Now, I'm going to take.
Oh, they're going to show us.
Red pencil.
Yeah, ginger tea is great. Oh, okay. We have here.
Bracket out here, so you can follow along. Now,
Oh, my glasses with me.
this is, by the way, an evaluation done at the VA on June 1, 2017. Okay. All right. Now, on your report, page 23, did you say the following? Although he did not meet...
I'm sorry, could you show me, tell
page
me where...
20, page 23.
Okay, where?
Second paragraph down.
Okay, thank you.
Although he did not meet the full criteria for major depressive disorder, he did not have some features and symptoms of depression. It was noted he, open quote, does not meet criteria for any type of cognitive impairment. Period, close quote. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the actual record.
Yes.
I do feel bad for him though, because he's got this major trial and they're both
You
sick.
inserted the word not. in
That's
the
tough.
first Sentence.
Excuse me.
After the first.
It was noted he does not meet criteria. That one?
No. You said he did not have some features and symptoms of depression.
And he
Okay, I'm
can't.
sorry, let me start over. Thanks for catching that.
Start over. You got this.
Yeah. Although he did not.
All the markings are yours, Bob. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, his name is
Although
Bob.
he
We got
did
his
not
name
meet
now.
Full criteria for major depressive disorder. He did have some features and symptoms of depression. Okay? It was noted he, open quote, does not meet criteria for any type of cognitive impairment, period, close quote.
Yes, correct.
Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And then the next sentence says, ibuprofen was increased to 300 milligrams a day. So that's the next sentence, right?
Yes.
All right. However, the actual record you were quoting from says, what you wrote is he does not meet criteria for any type of cognitive impairment at this time. There's a comma there. However, as patient clearly a high-functioning individual, I think is missing, at baseline, this may be masking, compensating for any deficits.
Okay.
Now, you left that out, didn't you?
Well, yes, that portion
No, I
doesn't
didn't ask
make
the
any
why.
sense to me.
I just said, did you leave that out?
Yes, I don't write word for word everything in the record in my report.
And the language that you left out, however, as patient is clearly a, I think means is, high-functioning individual at baseline, this may be masking, compensating for any deficits. That language that you left out, potentially, that language says, does it not, that the fact that he is a high baseline, high-functioning individual is going to mask his cognitive deficits. And you left that out, didn't you?
Yes, because that didn't make sense to me, and I can explain that.
No further questions.
She'll have to do it in redirect.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think? Was Bob effective up there? We now have his name. Hey, James, welcome back.
So, my first question will be, will you explain that?
Okay. So, first of all, you can't, what we say in neuropsychology, you can't fake good. Unless someone's given you the tests and you're cheating, you can't perform higher than you can on any sort of test. And when he was tested by Dr. Madsen, he was performing at a high level of abilities, average to above average functioning. That's exactly what you would expect with someone who was a B student all of their lives, went to optometry school, was basically a high-functioning, high-average person their entire life. His testing was 100% consistent with his test results, so I didn't understand what it would mean that he could be masking deficits because he wasn't showing deficits, and you can't fake good.
Okay.
Did you watch any testimony of Mr. Sanderson's daughters during this trial?
Yes, I did.
And did watching their testimony change any of your opinions?
Not from a clinical sense. I'm not going to address any of the family issues, but it's clear that the daughters who testified.
I mean, Betty, you can go do that. There's other channels that streams this. Law and Crime, we're watching it right now. No commentary. In Court TV too. There's other choices. I don't know if you need help navigating there. I can send you the link.
In court, we're not very knowledgeable about their father's mental health history.
Right now, I got to catch up.
I'm going to just put up on the screen here again.
I can't sit here and watch this and not react.
I believe this is your last.
YouTube would not allow me to do that.
105V and ask you whether any questioning from plaintiff's counsel has changed your opinion that Mr. Sanderson has no permanent psychological or cognitive issues due to the February 26, 2016 incident, and he is never tested as being cognitively impaired, and his brief emotional exacerbation abated as of July 2016.
My opinion remains the same.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sykes?
Yeah, I think it's really funny, Betty, when you're complaining about something that can be easily solved.
No questions.
I'm not the only person that's screaming this.
We will take our final recess.
I think Betty's just having a grumpy day and trying to take it out on someone. Yeah, I can't. If I sit here and I don't say anything at all, there's no point in me streaming this. We might as well just go watch Law and Crime. I know, right? She might.
Short recess?
Yes, I do want, before the jury comes
Yes,
in,
Mr. Owens.
talk about time remaining, and I can do that now or in 5 minutes.
Why don't we do it in 5 minutes to give me a chance to look at what we have?
Thank you.
Oh, we're taking a 5-minute break. Okay. 5-minute break.
Come back in 5
Court
minutes.
is.
The jury will come back in 10.
We got 2 more hours, I think, right? Ooh. All right, let's get up and stretch. Get up and stretch. All right, everyone, get up, stretch. Use the bathroom. Oh, shit. Now, it is a lot warmer. You missed the Murdoch trial? I don't. I'm so glad that's over. Oh, my God. Murdoch trial was some heavy stuff. I'm a simple country viewer. But I hear your commentary, your hilarious laugh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're confused. Maybe they think I'm the only one that's streaming this, but I'm watching Low and Cram right now. Oh, what do we think so far? What are your guys' thoughts? Should I update the poll actually? Where are we at with the poll? We are at who caused the ski crash? And you guys think 63% say Terry caused it. 12% say Gwen caused it. 18% say both/neither. And the reason why I mix those two together is because I can't add a fifth option for the polls. I wish I could. And then 7% is don't know. Oh God, man. I really honestly did believe that Terry was suffering a concussion and the symptoms still last today, but man, these experts that they have up here, they hired some really good experts. I'm doubting that even now. All right, let's do an updated one. Let's see if you guys change your mind. Because we're at 12% Gwen. All right, who do you think caused the accident? Terry. Yeah, you're on YouTube. There's freedom of choice. There are many people that are streaming. There are networks that are streaming this. You're not stuck. You're not stuck here. Unless maybe you came here by accident and then your keyboard got unplugged or something and your mouse ran out of battery. Maybe you are stuck here. Then rip. Who do you think caused the accident? Terry, Gwen, neither, both. Then I don't know. Okay. All right, guys. We have new poll that's up. And I think we're at 12% Gwen. So I wonder if that's going to move a little bit. Oh, I see the numbers popping up and down. 75% Terry went down to 50%. It's very tragic, actually. Wait, what is? Are there any updates with Murdoch stuff, though? Any updates or anything like that? I think they have to file for their appeal soon, right? Terry blind as a bat, skiing, suing narcissists. That's what you're thinking. I'm pretty sure ICs exist in between streams. You're blaming the armorer. What was her name again? Shit, my notes are. Oh, Dr. Galit Ashkenazi. Okay. Man, cross-examination is going to be. No, we're already doing redirect. Yeah. Sorry. What was I going to say? Rebuttal. Rebuttal is going to be interesting. I wonder what expert they're going to get back for rebuttal. I'm assuming they're going to get Dr. Goldstein if he's available. Dr. Fong, even though she did like a video deposition, I hope she's going to be available. And then who was the third one that they kept mentioning? Oh, Dr. Gibby. Yeah, I can't wait to hear from the rebuttals. And then, I don't know, we'll see if Terry comes back on anymore. I haven't seen any mention of Terry. You know, Terry's not in court. I feel like he is there, though. I think he's there in the background. When the camera panned over, I feel like I saw him, unless he already left. Because honestly, if anything, I think him listening to these expert testimonies, I feel like this would be the most be the most tough for him to listen to. The daughter testimonies, I understand his explanation for that, how he said he didn't want to sit there and influence the daughter's testimonies anyway. Didn't want to give them any pressure or anything. But I feel like these testimonies right now, that's a tough one. As far as the Murdoch trial still goes, still looking for the guy in the sketch. Are you talking about handsome cousin Eddie? Handsome cousin Eddie, he's out there somewhere. You guys might find him on Tinder or something. Let me know. I can't keep up with the fast streams. It's way too hard. Honestly, when I do watch Law and Crime, I sometimes turn off the chat. I feel like it's better to just turn it off. He is there? Yeah, I think I saw him sitting there. I don't know. I do feel bad for Terry, though. I feel bad for him. I do feel like it's what the other previous doctor said, where she believes him. She believes that he feels the way that he does. But she was obviously going towards the direction of, but, she doesn't think that the concussion caused this, and it's probably him getting old, right? But yeah, I do feel really bad for him. I like that Terry does, environmental cleanup. He can keep doing that. Yeah, that is really cool. Part of the green team, right? I wonder if they have that in LA. My friend used to do garbage cleanup for the beaches, so I always wanted to join him on that. It seems it'd be really fun. There's way too much garbage out here. Yeah, I closed it too on some because it's way too fast. Yeah, it's way too fast. And then like the chat's not really, it is moderated, but it's hard to moderate when you have like thousands of views. And you see a lot of the stuff in the chat where you're just like, oh my God, I feel like I'm in Reddit or something. It just gives you a headache. It's one of your biggest fears. What happened to Terry? The last one is just called Terry a lying scumbag, not in those words. Yeah, I got to go back and listen to the part where someone in chat mentioned they mentioned something about people who say they had a concussion for more than 3 months or something. It's linked to people who are trying to get a payout. Was that correct? Who said that in the chat? Do you remember? They said he was narcissistic and egotistical. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like when she did mention that, though, I wasn't sure if she was going a little too far. She was basing that off of the personality test questionnaire thing. It was a questionnaire. Yeah, it was like a really long questionnaire that Dr. Goldstein gave to Terry. And then when she dropped the narcissistic word and what else did she say? I was like, oh no. What did she say? She said he was narcissistic and I think something about like feeling superior over other people. I don't have my glasses. Sorry. I have no idea where my glasses somewhere around here. Oh, there was also someone in chat that mentioned that they get really annoyed because a certain streamer talks over the court stuff. I think I know why they do that. I think it's because when the YouTube bot, when they filter through a bunch of streams or content, if there's too much content that are similar to each other, it flags it and it thinks you're just generating content that other people are generating. So I think what happens is the streamer will talk over the court stuff just so it won't flag it for the bot. Because I had an issue recently with YouTube and they try to demonetize and I had to do an appeal and they remonetized everything. But yeah, I think that's why they talk over the stream. So that's why I've been doing it more often because I'm like, okay, I got to make sure the bot doesn't flag my channel or something. Because what I like to do is I typically like to pause the trial stuff. I add my input and then give like context and stuff like that in case people haven't been watching the trial from the beginning. And then I'll play it again and then speed up to 1.25. So for me, that's why I've been talking a little bit more on top of it because I don't want the bot to flag it. Although I'm still pausing it if it's something that I want to say that's a little bit long. But yeah, the YouTube bots, they're trying to battle people who are generating like AI content and then just reusing it over and over again. And I think that's why, do you guys know who JCS Psychology is? I think that's why they had issues with their stream and they kept getting their videos taken down.
You may be seated.
Because I think people were also using same interrogations and using them in their content.
Again, I mean,
sure.
I'm the only one, but
yes, you may. So did you get the printout here?
Did I watch the Dr. Shannon Curry episode on Lex Friedman podcast? It was so good. She's so great. I only watched the portion that the Umbrella guy uploaded. So I saw that the original portion was like an hour, 40 minutes or something like that. But yeah, I've only seen like the small portion from the Umbrella guy. Poor Dr. Curry. She seemed like she was very. She seemed like she was very stressed after the trial happened. I remember seeing her post on Instagram. So even though people probably thought that she was happy because she was getting good recognition, mostly positive recognition, but I think like the small amount of like people, the hate that people get, and sometimes you're not used to that, that can really affect your mentality. So if you're like, I don't know, streamers are used to it, so we don't really fucking care. But for someone who's like new to all of that, it could really mess with you.
There's 3 hours and 45 minutes of jury time left. That's 2:45 for tomorrow and 1 for today. So that's 3 hours and 45 minutes. If we assume that, then by my computation, the plaintiff gets 2 hours and 23 minutes, which includes your closing, and the defendant gets 121. Did we agree on 1 hour for closings?
I need an hour and 10.
Oh, cool, taxi.
So 1 hour and then plus 10 minutes. So 110 for defendants as well?
No, 1 hour for defendants.
Totally
Your Honor, I
sounds
think
creepy,
some of these
Tony.
delays on evidentiary matters which were overruled should be attributable to the plaintiff and not to us. You took one matter under advisement. We're working as hard as we can.
Well, there were 14 minutes of delays with the last witness that I'll charge to the plaintiff.
Whoa.
Can I add that to my time then, 135?
We may have to ask the jury to come early then tomorrow in order to stay on that schedule.
And can I tell you what I envision, Your Honor?
Those are good faith objections, Judge. Shouldn't be tagged for that.
I thought they were already calculated in the numbers.
No.
Okay.
So it's a total. So the defendant has 135 and the defendant has 223 remaining.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I intend to use 30 minutes now and reserve 105. The 1 hour is for our closing. The 5 minutes is for if they're calling a rebuttal witness tomorrow morning. We do intend to rest today. I would like to know if they're calling a rebuttal witness tomorrow.
Yes, we are. 9 a.m.
Is it
We have a motion for a directed verdict also.
Is it one witness?
Is it just one?
Maybe two.
Well, let's not play games.
We're not playing games, Steve.
It's tomorrow morning.
There's for sure one witness.
All right.
Who is it?
So you're dividing your closing between the two of you, liability and damages?
I'm going to take 45 minutes, and Mr. Egan's going to take 15 minutes.
Okay. And have you decided how you're going to split your closings?
Not yet.
Okay.
Mr. Bueller will be involved.
Okay.
So probably 10 to 15.
And I don't have any problem with going an hour on their main argument and then 10 minutes for rebuttal. Do you?
So the reason I want to know what their rebuttal plan is for tomorrow morning so that I can decide how long to take with this.
Were the jurors sequestered for the whole trial? No. I don't know if they would even do that for a civil trial, would they? I don't know. Unless they really thought the jury would be affected somehow. But no, they weren't sequestered for this. Same thing for the Murdoch trial. The jury weren't sequestered for this as well. Gosh, I think the Ochi trial, they were sequestered for 9 months or something? Oh, God. Get me out of there. Crazy. Oh, Keldon, I just saw your About Me in the Discord. I've been thinking about watching the OA, but I don't know. I haven't got into it yet.
Very witness. So this idea, one, maybe two. One.
Why don't we get the jury in here and then we can have this conversation at the end after that?
Well, it's about, do I take 30 or 35 minutes with him right now? That's why I want to know.
So we really only have probably another 45 minutes of trial today, right?
Yes.
Because there's not another witness if you rest.
That's true. I want to make sure our exhibits are in. I also have a court TV objection to make, Your Honor.
What? Court
Why don't we
TV?
deal with that at the end of the day, unless it needs to be done right now?
It does.
All right.
What's with Court TV? I love Court TV. Leave them alone.
We've had 2 decorum order violations.
Uh-oh.
I'm reporting a third right now.
Court TV. I want to see their comment on this.
Yes. No, wait. The 2 previous ones, by that media or by the AP reporter?
Yeah, that was a different reporter.
Sometimes it's hard for me to tell, Your Honor.
If it's a still photographer, it's not Court TV.
No. My client, I've had this on 2 reports, 2 individual reports. There is a direct camera on my client's face in the last, for the last bit of testimony. I wasn't speaking.
What?
And it was just focused on her.
It was?
Violation of how the court has interpreted the decorum order.
So I did notice that there was a camera directed towards them. They weren't speaking, but I think the ball was in Owen's court because Owen was supposed to make a decision on something, and so they just had the camera point. What's the big deal? It's not like the camera's on her 24/7. Did I not notice it?
Reports of close-ups of Gwyneth Paltrow on court TV today.
Okay. Oh, it's on court
When
TV?
she's not speaking and I'm not speaking. Do we have actual documents of it?
We're going to court TV right now. We're getting different perspectives from court TV. I thought the same thing.
Okay, so that's noted, and I'm going to ask Court TV to, if they need any clarification on the decorum order, to ask for it, but otherwise, they should only be going on the lectern and on the witness, unless an objection is made at counsel table, and then they can show counsel table.
Thank you.
Judge, we've had, I don't know, 8 or 10 objections about the decorum order. I think you ought to charge all of that to them. We've had not one on our side. And Mr. Bueller's very famous, and so I think that, you know.
My cousin's Ferris.
So I'm serious, there's been a lot of these decorum things.
And none of them have been charged to either side, because they've been out of the hearing of the jury that we've dealt with those issues. So you're being charged for jury time.
Okay.
So we'll take the last witness right now, and you're going to take about 30 minutes.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then we'll.
Your Honor, I don't expect taking 30 minutes on our side, but what I'd like to do is, I mean, obviously I don't want to be charged with that because we need to use that for tomorrow morning, but we can use time for defense to enter in their exhibits, all of the motions outside of the jury, et cetera.
Okay, well, let's get the jury in here now, and then we'll deal with whatever issues that we have.
Can I predict one more thing? We're going to start showing exhibits. From Defense Exhibit 111.
Why don't you get the jury lined up?
Defense Exhibit
111, starting at page 47.
I should get up and stretch
I
again.
don't want objections on foundation of these. I went through every single one of them on his deposition. He recognized it. He didn't dispute the date. And if I'm being charged for times, I don't want objections as to foundation on any of those documents.
Page 47?
Correct. And going on for about 30 pictures.
There's about 162 pages in Exhibit 111.
I'm going to stop at 87.
So 47 to 87.
So those 40 pages, any objection to receiving those?
1 through 80, what was it?
47 to 87.
47 to 87.
And this was the subject of a motion in limine, I believe? And I indicated that if there were objections that were made that were valid, then they're valid. But if they're not valid, they'd be charged. The time would be charged to the objecting party.
Your Honor, as long as we note that many of these, the counsel ascribed these documents to being produced by my client, and they're obviously not because he's in the photo.
My question is just, do you have any objection to the court receiving them as an exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Defense Exhibit 111, pages 47 through 87 are received. Anything else before the jury walks in?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Well, it's $300K plus however much her lawyers cost, and then I don't know if it's $300K plus lawyer fees, or if it's just flat $300K that goes to him. So she probably just thinks that, you know, she doesn't want to forever have this tarnish her reputation, I guess, as the person who slammed into a 69-year-old man and just dipped out.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
Terry?
Mr. Sanderson, you'll need to be sworn.
Hey, Terry, welcome back. You doing okay, Terry?
It's
It's a rough day.
You're about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right,
Good
Terry's
afternoon,
back.
sir.
Rough day, huh, Terry? Oh, gosh.
Okay.
Mr. Sanderson, we met before. We didn't finish, so we're trying to work our way in. I'm on a 30-minute clock, so I'm going to try to ask questions very directly and just have you say yes or no.
If I can, I will.
Did you, upon filing your lawsuit in a press conference, compare my client to King Kong coming out of the jungle? Yes or no?
That was not my intention.
Did you do that? Did I make up those words, or are those your words to the press?
I'm not sure, but probably sounds familiar.
Do you dispute it?
I dispute my intentions, that's all.
King Kong coming out of the jungle.
Press conference.
Pardon?
Press conference. I was pretty
Did you say those words about my client?
I meant to say King Kong just chased someone out of the jungle. That's what I meant.
Did you refer to her as Godzilla to your daughter?
I did not. I don't remember that.
She testified to that.
I don't remember that. It's gone. Sorry.
You told everyone it was a hit and run, right? Wrote to your own hometown newspaper and said, she hit and ran me.
I did say that.
And that's been dismissed by this court. Do you understand that?
Yes, I guess so. Yes.
I want to talk, please bring that up. This is D110. And do you see it on your screen, sir? 104.
Yes. Page 400.
I don't know. Maybe he's trying to wake up the jury.
Enlarge the first half. Post-incident travel by Dr. Sanderson, Mr. Sanderson. Did you go to Peru?
Yes.
After the collision. All of these are after the collision, okay?
Yes.
Visit Machu Picchu.
Costa Rica, yes.
Walk the Golden Trail.
Yes.
Machu Picchu is in Peru.
Yes.
Floated down the Amazon.
Yes, I guess so.
Costa Rica. Did you do a zip line?
Same trip, yes.
Did you go to Europe? Visit Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, France, Belgium?
Man, I need to travel more.
With my daughter, Jenny, yes.
Bottom half, James, please. Did you go to the Netherlands 3 times?
I don't remember.
Well, if you're disputing it, then we pull it out of your deposition.
I don't remember. I have no reason to dispute it or agree.
Okay, Morocco twice. True?
Likely, very likely.
Canary Islands. I need to know if you're disputing these things.
I can't dispute it, no.
Thailand.
Thailand!
Did you go to Thailand after the collision?
Yes.
Did you visit at least the states of Washington, Oregon, Montana, and Idaho after the collision?
Probably, yes.
Let's go to the 1147. You're a Facebooker, right? At least you were at the time. You posted a lot on social media.
Facebooker, oh my God.
Relative to other people, it didn't seem like I did. Very little.
All of these pictures are from your personal Facebook after the collision.
Okay.
Let's go to number 47. And is there a way to enlarge it, James? Is this you doing a selfie in your backyard?
Beautiful sunset, probably so.
Page 48, having a party in your backyard?
No. That was somebody else's party. I just dropped it. It was my renter's party.
If you can straighten it up.
Cinco de Mayo. And she wanted to use the back deck.
And enlarge if you can. You went to a party in your backyard after the collision, true?
I just visited to make sure they had everything they needed.
Yes?
Yes.
Page 49, not very good quality. This is from you and your girlfriend at the time, smiling, true?
Yes, yes.
Next one, number 50. This is a picture of you and your girlfriend.
Oh.
Yes.
And smiling big, right?
Smile, camera, yep.
Next one, 51. This is you and your girlfriend. Is that southern Utah hiking?
I don't remember where.
Looks like you have one of those cool backpacks with water on. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
What are those called again?
Next one, 52. This is you going on a hike, taking a picture of a moose, right?
Yes.
Nothing like fresh, cool air, a running brook, and easily entertained and hungry company. That's your personal post. Is that true?
Yes. Definitely.
53.
In my opinion, I don't think so,
You
Jen.
on a hike.
But I don't know.
Yes, trying out my camera saying smile.
Every one of these pictures is after the collision. Page 54.
Camelback, yeah.
This is you and your girlfriend at the time. Is that true?
Yes.
You look pretty happy. You agree?
Yes.
Page 55. This is you and your girlfriend. This is this very same year, 2016, as the incident in question. This is you and your girlfriend on your Facebook, all smiles. True?
Quick, guys, make your Facebook private.
56. Let's look at another picture. You and your girlfriend on a hike, smiling. True?
Yes.
Do you have that cool backpack on again?
Yes.
Camelback. Is that
Yes,
the brand?
It is.
Page 57. Let's go again. Is this you? Same year of the accident. Hiking.
Yes.
It looks pretty steep.
Trying to get back in shape, yeah.
Page 58. Is this you kayaking after the collision? Just now, we're 7 months after the collision.
Absolutely not.
Is that a kayak above you?
I don't know what it is.
Sir, I asked you about this in your deposition. Is this you kayaking?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, boy.
I was trying on helmets to protect my head.
Did you go kayaking after the collision?
I don't remember that, but this is not it. This was in a local
It's a
store.
whole different question. Let's ignore the picture.
Thank you.
Did you kayak after the collision?
No, I don't think so.
All right, let's try to find it. You went scuba diving, right?
What year?
After, I don't even care what year. After the collision.
I did go sometime after, yeah.
You went to an auto show in Germany. Does this sound right?
With my daughter, yes.
Went to a shooting range. Does this sound right?
Yes.
BMX bike show, right?
Maybe, not sure.
Scuba diving 4 different occasions. Is that true?
Probably on the same week, on the same trip, probably.
Went on a boat ride of several canals in the Netherlands, true?
Yes.
You rode bikes?
Yes.
Did bus tours?
Hey, Mimi.
Yes.
Boat tours?
Yes.
Auto show we talked about. Explored older towns in Central Europe, true?
True, with my daughter. It was wonderful.
Morocco. Is there a word called Marrakech?
Yeah, yes.
What is that again?
It's a city.
All right. You visited there twice?
I did, Zakia.
Explored Jewish markets there?
Yes.
Cultural sites, the Dior Museum. Is that cool?
Yes, I did.
I mean, he must got money for the lawyers. I honestly think that he just did it because he feels like she really did hit him, and he really thinks that he feels like he suffered. But it's possible that he just may be really exaggerative based on what the couple past testimonies are saying, right? A dollar richer now.
Let's move on. The kayak. Is there a reason are you wearing a helmet for a kayak with a kayak right above you?
You know, I'm in a sporting goods store on the west side that has everything in it, and there was a mirror right there. And I was trying on helmets for protection, not for kayaks, just for general protection. Maybe for skiing at that time. I was looking, they didn't have anything I wanted.
All right.
I was looking for a MIPS helmet.
Let's go to 59. You went to a rock concert. Is that true? After the collision?
I probably did.
Same year. Let's go to 60.
I think this is when I tried working for the green team recycling again.
That's after the collision?
Yes, that's the team. I tried it.
That's you on the first row on the right with the big smile, true?
Yes, that's me.
Let's go to 61.
Oh, and Carlene's there.
61. Is this your girlfriend at the time in a cool looking waterfall?
It is.
Let's go to 62. Is this you after the collision up in the ski resorts, or what is this?
Yeah, about a year later. I think I was just walking up in the hills above my house.
Okay, page 63. Is this you skiing after the collision?
It could be. I did go with Robin one time to try it out. I tried it by myself twice.
Okay, 60. Well, I'm asserting that this is you skiing after the collision. Do you dispute it?
It was that following year. I don't dispute it.
Okay, 64. Is this you out with your drinking buddies?
Yes.
Did you have an installed breathalyzer in your car? Yes or no?
I had a personal one that you just hold in your hand.
Page 65. Is this you? And your notes. Is this you and your?
Yes, being proud of my daughters, being strong daughters, because we're in an exhibit that was about strong women.
Page 66, and you went to that exhibit, right?
I did.
Is this you?
I hope his Facebook is private now.
Highly recommending the escape room for fun, family engagement, and problem solving. Yes?
Especially if you go with teenagers, it's a ball.
Okay, but you're actually contributing to figuring out how to get out of a kind of a scary, mysterious room.
You just put the kids in charge. They figured out. It's amazing.
67. Is this you? Wheels up at Salt Lake, bound for Europe, the year after the collision.
That's the empty seat next to me that Robin was supposed to sit in and told me she didn't like me anymore, that my personality changed.
Did you go to Europe, and did you post this? Wheels up, bound for Europe.
I posted it.
It doesn't say, I'm really sad that my girlfriend won't come with me. It doesn't say that. It's like...
Nope.
Okay.
I
Page
just
60,
wasn't sure that would happen.
68, Switzerland. Lots of wondrous sights in
Yes,
my travels through Europe, right?
Yes. My daughter took Robin's place. I got a ticket for her.
69, the Frankfurt International Auto Show, year after the collision.
Yes.
The Mercedes exhibit, page 70.
This would be tough for the jury.
Another beautiful day in paradise with your girlfriend. Is this your post after the collision? Feeling happy, it says at the very top. Did you post this?
I believe I did.
71. You're on some kind of tour boat in the Netherlands or something. Does this sound right?
I don't remember where, but yes.
Page 72. Is this you and your girlfriend in the Netherlands?
That was a new friend, yes.
Page 73. Is this you on a bike ride looking fit and happy? Yes?
Yes.
Page 74. Is this you at the Siam Park with some friends?
Just the two, just Sakia and her son, Shaquille.
And what country is Siam Park in?
I think it's Canary Islands, just off Morocco. It's
Page 75, you and your buddies. One night, it's my turn to be wingman. There's no chicks and dancing girls. Do you see that? That's your post?
I do.
Page 76. Is this you doing yoga or Mamba or what?
It's Zumba, and I should bring my two granddaughters there, and we had a blast. She's really good.
It's page 77. Crazy fun at the Pioneer School. Did you post that?
I did. That's
Is
the
that
one.
you in the green hat?
Yes.
You were sort of the centerpiece, the spotlight person in the play?
Yes, I played
Aw.
Zero the hero for my kindergarten.
It's cool you did that. Page 78. Is this one of the other pictures you posted from that event?
Looks like it.
And you're the centerpiece of the whole thing, right? You're the star?
I loved having those little kids sitting on my lap and thinking I was a hero. Yes.
Page 79. Is this you golfing after the event?
Actually, just showing Shaquille how to hit balls. I don't remember golfing. I think I just took him and
Driving range, right?
Yes.
80. Is this you? Are you in this river cruise, river boat?
I believe so.
Okay.
Oh, that looks
Page
fun.
81. Did someone you were with or you go parish sailing?
This was in Switzerland. No, I didn't go parasailing.
So this is just a stranger in Switzerland?
Yes.
Okay. 82. Is this you and your girlfriend?
It's my daughter, Polly. Polly.
Thank you for telling me that. I hope she was not offended by my question. Is this something you posted?
I don't know. She probably posted it, I believe.
83. Is this you on a camel?
It is.
What country?
It's Morocco, because Zakia had Morocco heritage.
Let's go to 84. Is that you in front of something cool?
Yes, one of millions of temples in Thailand that I kept telling my friends I got to travel, so.
Page 85. Is that you?
It is, yes.
poster boy for fitness at age 75. Would you agree?
No, not at all.
Page 86, is this you doing miniature golf?
Yes.
Page 87, is this you and your girlfriend on Facebook?
No, that's my daughter.
daughter.
Polly again. She looks just like me, I think. Except 50, 100 years younger, yeah.
Sorry, Polly, if you're listening. All right. Let me just...
Rip.
I have more pictures. Let's go to 99Z. Defendants 99Z.
It's good, Mace.
Those, I don't think those have been admitted yet.
Move to admit.
Which ones?
99Z through as many as I can get through in the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Some water? Sure. It's on the desk. Could you bring some water for the witness?
It's on the desk.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the live.
I'm told I have 10 minutes. So we're going to go through some more pictures.
Oh, gosh.
Move to admit 99Z through 99GGG.
With the cheese. It's good. And sometimes if they put rice, what's it called? Like the chewy rice cake thing. Kind of like mochi. It's really good.
Oh, they're pictures. Go ahead.
99Z through GGG is received.
I think we've hit several of those, so perhaps I'll go address something else.
I mean, there's a lot of people, like influencers, that post on Instagram, and it looks like they have such a happy, great life. They're traveling the world, eating different things, but deep inside, they're struggling and stuff. But I think this is pretty damn effective for the jury.
Did you say...
Oh, duck
when you
bookie's
said,
good. Yeah.
Decided that you had been hit from behind, that you felt like you were flying.
I didn't know how else to describe it.
Yes.
I was weightless, yes.
You told me about 3 near-death experiences after the collision. True?
I did, yes.
One was where you knocked yourself out, and you were out a long time because the whatever had melted had actually warped the wood floor. Do you remember this?
I did, yes.
Did you seek medical care for that?
No, wasn't tuned in.
Did you think you were out at least 45 minutes?
At the time I did, but now I've...
They're resting after this.
...conclusion that it was 2:30 in the morning and I just wiped up all the water on the floor and I didn't get it all. I think that's what caused the swelling. It usually takes about 45 minutes, so I'm pretty sure that would be impossible to be out.
Did you think it was important for you to maybe go see a doctor and having hit your head and being out for a long period enough that the water warped the wood floor?
At the time I thought that, but I was not making good decisions, and that sort of near-death experience happened twice again.
Another near-death experience was you were cutting a cardboard box and cut your leg. Is that true?
With the box cutter, yes. Through the femoral artery. Looked like a murder scene.
And then a third near-death experience was an accidental overdose of medications.
Yes.
And they had to give you Narcan because you'd taken OxyContin and Tramadol. Is that right?
I didn't know I'd taken Tramadol. I took just the OxyContin that I had for my ribs, actually. My ribs being broken from the ski accident.
And you blame Miss Paltrow for all 3 of those near-death experiences after, true?
I don't know if I said
Are you
that.
claiming it right now in this lawsuit?
Yes. Very unusual for me not to make good decisions, medical decisions.
Wait, ask about the femoral artery thing again, though.
I think I'll reserve my remaining time for redirect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good job, Owens. All right, Kristen. Hey, Kristen, I haven't heard from you all day. We missed you.
Yes, thank you.
So, you need a drink?
I've been trying.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Terry, you've been shown lots of pictures about all the different travels that you've done. Have you always traveled in your life?
I have. Well, no, just since retirement mostly, but
Okay. You've traveled before?
yes.
Traveled after the accident?
Oh, yes.
Have you ever told this jury or tried to insinuate in this trial that you couldn't travel?
Absolutely not.
Why did you travel? After the ski accident, why did you travel?
It was part of the healing process. I was told by several neurologists and cognitive therapists, get back to your routine. The sooner you can do that, the better you'll be, and that's been proven in some research.
Now, all these pictures, they look really great. I mean, you're smiling, you're happy.
Reflexive.
Did you struggle on those trips?
Yes, I really did. I couldn't go by myself anymore. And I found that out the hard way when Robin decided that she didn't like me anymore after 5 years. I asked my daughter to go along, and she didn't get there until the next morning. Bought her a flight, and she came over, and what did I do? Stepped off the curb.
Now, which daughter was that?
Jenny B.
That's Jenny. That's the
Yeah.
Jenny that we've heard all about, that said all kinds of nasty things about you. She went on a trip to Europe with you.
Yes, and we had a great time. Yes, we did.
All right.
She loved it.
You were shown some pictures of the green team and volunteering.
Yes.
You talked a little bit about that last week, but what has this accident done to you with volunteering?
Ooh, that sounds horrible, Kurt.
It
Ugh,
has just
I don't do that.
shut down my volunteer work. I tried dozens of different volunteer groups I worked with, probably 200 hours a year volunteer easily. And Green Team was a big one. I go up and pick up aluminum plastic, hard
She
work,
didn't know,
bending,
Mike.
stooping, lifting, 16,000 steps, and you get everything done by 1 o'clock in the morning. Go home. And my plan was to do that, but I got lost. And it took me a long time to figure out how to get home. I refused to use my maps. I just don't need it. But that was the first real time that I thought, oh my, something is really different. I have no instincts for north anymore like I used to.
And you've been here now all this week. You've heard all kinds of doctors talking about how you were getting old, how you were worried about dementia, all of these mental issues. This is just a natural progression of how you were. The jury's heard from family and friends that witnessed how you changed.
This is leading, Your Honor.
I'm just setting the background. I'm going to ask the question right now.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear it.
What is your perception, Terry, how you changed? Was it dramatic? Was it slow? What changes did you see and did you perceive following this ski collision?
Looking back on that time, I was determined to prove I didn't have any mental issues. Everything I did was to stamp that in my record, that this guy is trying hard. He does not want to bring that into his life. It was a big deal. And I just found that it was like flipping a switch. It was like I looked back and it was the bright side, and now I'm in the dark side. And my volunteering stopped, so a lot of my self-esteem stopped. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the job. In fact, I got chewed out by somebody I knew for 30 years saying, not that long, 15 years, saying, Terry.
Sounds like hearsay, Your Honor.
Excited utterance.
Sorry, honey.
And it's not offered for the truth.
You may answer for it'll be accepted for a limited purpose.
I can
You
answer.
can answer, yes.
I kept getting chewed out because I couldn't remember what I was doing, even though I'd done it for so many years. And I tried it again a second time, maybe 2 years later, and I got chewed out again by a lady I'd known for quite a while. I said, something's different about me. So,
And Terry, how did that make you feel?
it's always nice, and you know that, if you walk into a room and it says, hey, come on over here, it's Terry, you know. But when they just say, oh, it's Terry, there's something different. There's people don't see me the same way, and I don't feel the same, and it's very disappointing. To short answer, very discouraging.
You were asked about the press conference and referring to Miss Paltrow as King Kong. Were you referring to her as King Kong or the noise that you heard?
That's leading our.
What did King Kong refer to?
King Kong?
Sustained.
I'll withdraw it.
Overruled. Go
That's
ahead.
fine.
My apologies to Ms. Paltrow, because my intention got twisted up in my intentions and was to say it sounded like a lady getting chased by King Kong out of the jungle. It was that kind of I'm really scared.
And I want you to describe that, okay? Because you kind of
Who does,
whispered
Jen?
it a little bit last week. When did you hear a scream?
As I passed those big signs that said, slow down, seriously, I just went into a glide. I just started gliding. I was going plenty slow, not passing anybody on my left. I just started gliding. And then the silence was broken of that just simply gliding down the hill, not making turns, and always on the right side. And the silence was broken with a hysterical scream, the very best hysterical scream you've ever heard.
At what point did the scream happen? Was it before you were hit? When you were hit? As you're going down? When was it?
I heard it and tensed up, right, absolutely a half a second probably before I got hit. In fact, I'm not so sure the scream even ended when I got hit. It ended as she hit me, and then over we went.
Okay. So there was some testimony from Ms. Paltrow again that she was hit in the back by a very large man, or that there was a very large man. Could you just step down for just a moment?
Mistakes the testimony. Get a question.
Could you just step off the stand for just a moment?
Could you get a question? What is that?
She said she felt a large presence on her back, just pressing all of her.
She's
Okay.
inserting evidence into the record.
Overruled. The jury will remember what the evidence was.
Terry, do you, no, right here. Right here. Do you consider yourself a very large man?
Many times I wish I was, but no, definitely on the small side, like most people.
There's a reason I asked Ms. Paltrow why she was 5'10", or how tall she was last week.
Inserting commentary. Let's have questions.
Ms. Paltrow testified she was
Overruled. It's just prefatory. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Ms. Paltrow testified she was 5'10" last week. How tall are you, Terry?
5'5".
Thank you.
So not 5'8".
The accident that day, the ski accident that day.
Yes.
Were there a lot of people on the run? Was it crowded or was it deserted?
Most runs that I've seen, it was, compared to most runs, it was very crowded. I would say moderately to high full is what it seemed like. Lots of people.
And were you skiing back and forth on the run, or did you stick to the right side?
That's another fact that's been changed. I was on the right side, exactly like I said. Saw all the people congealed in the middle and just went diagonal straight over to the right side and stayed inside of that 5-yard boundary where nobody was. One lone person coming out once in a while that I was wary of that was down a ways. Mm-hmm.
And that's when the scream happened, and that's when you were hit.
Absolutely, and there was no one in front of me.
And how did you land, to your recollection?
Downhill, of course. I'm going downhill, so our heads are downhill. So that's, I saw it down the hill and crashed there. And I didn't remember doing this, but I did put my hands out to catch myself. That was instinctual, saved my face. But we landed, and I remember lurching off the right foot. As I got hit, I thought I got to use whatever I can, and I pushed deliberately a little bit to the right because I did not want anyone in the crowd to get tangled up in us as they're going by. And I did see, just before I hit the ground, I just remember seeing a skier on the left. Goodbye. I was safe.
Mr. Owens asked you Hit and run. You said it was a hit and run. Why did you say it was a hit and run?
I always considered a hit and run was something when you ran into something or somebody and then you just left the scene. And as far as I'm concerned, there was no one there when I woke up. No one except an angry man, as I said, and then I saw Craig.
And is that how you felt, that it was a hit and run?
That's how I felt, that I was, yes, that was like if you get knocked down and knocked out and nobody's around afterwards that did it, that's a hit and run.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
You've been here for a number of days. You've heard all the doctors testify. Your entire life has now been broadcast to the world.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been fleshed out, and anyone up here I think would feel the same way. Very painful.
In fact, I think you just told me back there, well, I could never go on another dating site again.
It's true. Everyone knows too much.
Do you regret bringing this lawsuit?
Well, that's the purpose, I think, is to make me regret this lawsuit. And it's the pain of trying to sue a celebrity. It's just very difficult. I will tell everyone that. You're going to get exposed.
Your Honor, we're not talking about this case now. He's talking about the world.
Sustained as to the generalization.
Was it important to you to bring this lawsuit?
It was. I felt like I was seriously injured, and then I had so many insults added to that. I think, as I said the other day, so many insults added to that and layered on that after a while...
Your Honor, post-collision conduct is not an issue. Layered on insults is not part of the lawsuit.
Overruled?
Yeah, I'm classifying it as an insult, but it's absolutely ignoring me, ignorance. And that's what it felt like. It's like, what is going on here? This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
That's all I have, Terry.
Are we talking about you-know-who? He's talking about Epstein, or he's talking about the accusation against MJ?
You realize you are the reason your life has been exposed to the world. You, not Miss Paltrow.
I'm realizing that now, yes. Painful.
Do you remember, you've said you've shrunk and lost weight since the incident, right?
Well, I gained, I ballooned.
Now, when we stand you up, you've lost like 15 pounds and shrunk 3 inches, right?
I had
yes or no?
I had no idea. I guess yes. I was
just a few days ago. You said I was 175 to 80 and 5'8". Remember?
I said that not here. Oh, you know what?
In this very trial.
Overruled.
I know why I said that. It's because the VA records weighs you with all your clothes and everything on, and I knew that's what you were reading was what
clothes
the VA
don't
reported.
give you 3 inches. You with me?
Heels do.
Did you have heels on?
No, not at all.
All right. You even called yourself pudgy at the time, that you were pudgy. Do you remember that word?
What
Hi, Sherry.
Using the pudgy.
What time frame?
The time when I deposed you, you said you were pudgy.
Okay. That's kind of a fun term, yeah.
Do you dispute it?
I don't.
What does that word mean?
I never thought about it. Just sort of got a little more roundish, I guess. Haven't defined that before.
Did I hear you say you didn't like to be ignored? Don't ignore me? Are those the words you used?
Just now?
Just 2 minutes ago.
I probably did say that.
Let's go to page 170 of your deposition and ask that it be published and brought up. Do you have your transcript right there?
I do. I think so. I think that's what this is.
Your Honor, may I do that?
You can just read it.
It hasn't worked in the past. And
Let's try it now.
So I'm under 32. You can use the deposition. You can certainly read it into the record, but we don't need to.
All right.
show
Let's
I'm jealous,
go to page
Terry. I
170.
want some pho.
And I'll
good.
assist you if you want me to.
I don't even know where 17, I don't see, I mean,
Can I
have
approach
exhibits.
or-
Oh, it's another whole other, can I close exhibits?
The three piles of paper there, one of those.
Counsel, if you could just get him to the page, that'd be great.
Chef Mario? Who? Mario Batali? That's the only Mario I know.
I said if you want to get him to the page, that would be great.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's what I want to do.
Oh, Bovien? Is that the one with the
I
meatball?
don't know which ones to look at.
I like Dak Viet or Tai Chin. Like everything, or the one that has
We're starting, okay.
the eye round or something, right? I don't remember. Brisket. Yeah, I've never been a fan of the meatball one.
And you see, I'm going to start reading.
Too
at
mystery
line
meat for me.
12.
You skip for the good stuff.
Yeah, brisket.
This lady is on my left. Well, let's go back for a little. Remember, I said I want to know what's going on in the 10 seconds before the impact. Do you remember?
I do remember that, but is it written here? I don't know.
Yes, that's my question on page 169. And then on 170, you said, and then I remember there's this lady on my left that was kind of tentative. So I deliberately, in fact, I think I said passing on your right. Pretty sure I did. I usually do. Passing on your right. And then, you know, it was just easy. It was just as easy, smooth glide. And there were not a whole lot of people. And I'm not.
I don't want to be interrupted right now, please. Page 170. And when I got to that point,
I could see the bottom of the hill. I could see that the trees came in a little bit from the right, it seems like, and then the whole slope was opened up. There were a few occasional people out there, but I could see all the way to the bottom. There were nobody. And then this, and nobody could have passed on my left except the gal I had just passed. So that gal I was really conscious of because I still worried about her. And so as I went past her, I went inches per second past her. I just remember it took forever for me to get past her. And there were skis. And when they disappeared out of my vision, that's the time I heard this. So, that's the time I heard this saw, indicating scream, and then bang, it happened. It was about a second and a half, and it just hit me right in the back. All right. So do you recall that in the seconds before the collision, you were worried about the person to your left? Do you recall that?
I gave her plenty of space because she seemed like I moved way to the right before the off-piste, yes.
But you were with inches of her.
No, I was not within inches of her, no.
All right, what did you say here? Well, first of all, did I correctly read your testimony?
Yes.
All right. You were inches per second past her.
Moving very slowly, yes.
I just remember it took forever to get past her, and there were skis. Now your right eye has problems, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Not a little bit.
Yes, a little bit.
Blind.
No.
You told 3 of your providers at the VA, I'm blind in my right eye.
I use the word loosely.
You used it, and you're an optometrist, right?
I did.
All right. So let's not say little bit, because that's pretty different from blind.
It is.
All right. So you're trying to not hit this person on the left.
Okay.
And you're blind in your right eye. Do you agree that you turned to clear the person on your left?
No, I knew I had plenty of room before I started by her. I wouldn't have gone by her without knowing I had plenty of room.
You took great care, didn't you, to make sure you didn't hit the beginner skier on the left?
Yeah, she just don't go over.
Is that true?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Van Orman?
Were you skiing cautiously?
You know, I've had a long time to think about whether I want to be dangerous or cautious, and I choose cautious, yes. I don't take chances.
What is your vision like in your right eye?
My vision, I will compare it to a flat light day. I have flat light days, if anybody knows what that means. It seems you just can't tell the contours as well of where you're at, and so you have to be a little more careful. Make sure you get in the right spot at the right time. And so I get a lot of practice skiing flat light days. That's what it amounts to, I think. Is how I describe it.
Any trouble skiing with your right eye?
Never any trouble. I am unrestricted skiing. They don't handicap me on the ski slope or driver's license. I'm unlimited. I do fine.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanderson.
Thank you.
Any more witnesses, Mr. Owens?
Are they
No,
done?
Your Honor.
Okay.
Done.
Given our court limitations on time, the defense rests. We reserve the right, maybe as soon as the jury's gone, to admit into evidence each of our exhibits.
Okay.
As long as we have a good understanding of our ability to do that.
So we'll reserve your formal resting until after we deal with the exhibits.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess now until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You're probably wondering what's going to happen next. And so now the defense will be resting today. The plaintiff has indicated that they may have a short amount of testimony to put on tomorrow morning.
A rebuttal?
And then right after that, we will do the jury instructions, and then the attorneys will have an opportunity to sum the evidence up for you.
Closing
Expecting
argument.
that should all be done in the morning tomorrow and start deliberations after that. It may bleed into the afternoon depending on how things go. You never can tell these things exactly, but that's what we're shooting for. So have a good evening. Remember, still following my admonition not to try to learn anything about the case, not to do any of your own investigation, and avoid any press reports about this. And please don't discuss the case with anyone. If they try to discuss it with you, just tell them you can't. The judge has ordered you not to. So thank you.
Okay, so for our poll so far, who do you think caused the accident? We have 63% saying Terry, 11% saying Gwen, 16% saying neither or both, and then 11% still saying I don't know. The jury, they're also allowed to take notes. In the Murdoch trial, they weren't allowed to take notes, but bye, Gwen.
So do you have your exhibits lined up for entry right now?
Sure.
There she goes.
The easiest thing to do might be to stand in front of you with the official one that's going to go to the jury, because there are a lot of different things floating around. If you want, we can do that so we don't take your Honor's time. I think we can do it in 10 minutes, but I don't think. I think between the lawyers and your clerk, I don't think we necessarily need you to do it, because I think we'll come to a stipulation.
Okay. Well, I'll be here for at least another hour, so if anything pops up, or whenever you're ready for me, you can just message me and I'll come out and we can enter the exhibits. And I put on your tables earlier today what I believe may be the final jury instructions, but we can talk about those in the morning, maybe 8:15 tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, may I have a suggestion as well? I think maybe everybody can kind of work together, get all of their exhibits in, whatnot. Maybe at 8:15, the defense can rest. And then we would like just a few minutes to make some motions.
Right.
So if we're all here at 8:15, that'd be a great time to do that.
Okay, why don't we do that? And so as I mentioned, Ms. Van Norman, I put jury instructions on both tables, a couple of copies. So I'd like to get your take on whether those look final to you. And then what we don't have is a final verdict form. And I don't know, I wanted to get your take on it. Do you want to go with a special verdict form? Do you want to each present your own verdict forms for your side of the case? Do you want to have a general verdict with special interrogatories? How do you want to approach? I don't see where the parties have talked much about the form of the verdict. So
We've talked. We're only off by, I think, 2 questions.
Okay.
I think I would love a copy of what Your Honor has.
I don't have anything. I have what you have. And then
Okay.
beyond that, I usually start with the Muji the Muji one that's on the website.
Right. The counterclaim, I guess one issue on this special verdict form, for instance, is can we fill in just $1 instead of you must find damages? That's one of the issues.
I think that makes sense.
Your Honor, they can do that in their closing argument.
Yeah. But just to avoid an error of some kind and an argument and objections if they do something different, why not fill it in if it's a stipulated amount of damage?
Well, there's this.
That's fine.
Okay.
We're just inviting error otherwise.
I think that's appropriate, and then it would just be a yes or no on that.
Right.
Your Honor, spoliation.
Yeah, I feel like he's just trying to be
just
positive
3
about
hours
this
ago,
entire
a
thing.
proposed spoliation one. We reworded it.
Okay.
Peter, I should say Peter and give him credit.
You guys have that?
Reworded
We haven't
it.
had a chance to look at it.
It's 3 hours.
Did they get it, Peter?
And sometimes
Could
when
we
you're in a
handle
shit
that briefly
situation, you got
tomorrow?
nothing to do, you know?
Absolutely.
All you can do is just smile. Make the most
Okay,
out of
so
it. Make the
Special
best out of
verdict
it.
form. I don't know that we can do more, and you come up with what you like best, and then
Yeah.
give it to us, and then we talk.
I'm looking for the parties to provide me with whatever form you want the verdict to be in.
All right. I guess that's about it. I'm gonna be very honest. I'm not fully convinced that he's a narcissist. At this point, I'm not fully convinced. I know the one doctor did mention that, but I'm not fully convinced. And I know I disagree with a lot of you guys out here, but it's okay. We can disagree on things. I do, like I said, I just want to reiterate. I do believe that Terry believes he's right, and same thing with Gwen. I believe that she believes that she's right. My concern is that he has not shown an overwhelmingly amount of evidence to prove that she hit him and caused everything else. I think the testimonies from today were really strong, especially with Gwen's expert witnesses. I think they did a really good job at laying the foundation that they don't believe a minor concussion such as this would lead to such long-lasting effects. They think it's attributed to something else. And then also, they don't really believe that he was even out cold, lost consciousness for whatever he says he lost consciousness for. I think they said that maybe a couple seconds, but they don't really even believe that. What else was there? And I think the jury, they had some really strong digital reanimations to show how Terry could have hit Gwen from behind and how they fell together. And then again, like I mentioned, all of Deer Valley Resort people, the employees all testified for Gwyneth Paltrow. You could argue and say that maybe Deer Valley Resort's trying to save their butts, and they don't want to be liable for leaving Terry out on the slopes, and not taking care of him and stuff like that. But I honestly, everyone's testimony, everyone that went up there, to me, seems like they're all being truthful. I didn't really get any sense of someone's doing it just to get fame or trying to get attention or trying to, seek favor with Gwyneth Paltrow. Because, to be honest, she probably doesn't even go to Deer Valley Resort anymore. After this whole debacle thing, I seriously doubt she'd even want to step foot there. But yeah, I think tough. I feel really bad for Terry. I feel bad for him, but he just doesn't have enough evidence, in my opinion. And I think the jury will side with Gwyneth Paltrow. But if they don't, I'm very interested to hear what they're going to have to say if anyone decides to do a press conference after this. But yeah, he's got a good chance the jury will award him something. In your opinion, you think? Okay. Biomechanical engineer dude was a boss with his great illustrations. Yeah, he was a great witness and he did really well under cross-examination. That's why, I don't want to bring up the Depp trial, but I don't know where the heck Elaine hired their expert witnesses, but man, they hired some expert witnesses that I thought were just kind of bonkers. Extremely bonkers, very unprofessional. And I was just oh, maybe it's just how it is. Sometimes you get expert witnesses that are just a little bit nuts. during cross-examination. But so far, I feel like everyone has been pretty professional under cross-examination. They keep it, not really that spicy. They try to stay in the ground, but for the most part, seems okay. Dr. Fong did get pretty testy at times, but yeah, I didn't think it was as crazy as some of the expert witnesses, but I think even Murdoch ones too, the Murdoch witnesses on both sides, if I remember correctly, I think the impression that I got from almost everyone was they did pretty decent on cross-examination. Got a little bit heated, but nothing too bizarre where we're just like, what the heck? This is so crazy. What's going on right now? Are we just watching TV? Is this a fake show? If you think it's Terry's fault, hit the like button. If you think Gwen is at fault, hit the like button. If you think it's Corgi's fault, hit the like button. I don't feel bad for him. You think he's way too privileged for you to have sympathy for him, but you can empathize. That's probably because nobody wanted to work with her, so they scripted. I don't know. I'm going to say Elaine was probably in charge of that one. Maybe Roddenborn was. Maybe I shouldn't place all the blame on Elaine. Poor Elaine. I hope she's doing better now. Oh. But yeah, I don't know. This, I honestly didn't really think this trial was going to be, one, interesting. But then when I heard about how there's such different sides to the story, I kind of wanted to know more. And being that Gwyneth Paltrow is a celebrity, you do get a little bit curious about, I'm just a little curious about like her and whether or not she did this. The AJ trial, I watched bits and pieces of that one. That was pretty funny. There were some crazy wild moments. I remember I listened to the segment when he was promoting his vitamins. Dude, I almost looked them up because he had me convinced. I was like, wow, this guy sounds like he has the best vitamins in the world. Maybe I should buy some vitamins. But yeah, that was a pretty interesting trial. Very sad, of course. I think Elaine Company just pocketed the cash and got the cheapest experts they could find on Fiverr. Hey, there are some cool people on Fiverr, okay? Don't be discounting Fiverr now. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to hear everyone's opinions, though. I think for the most part, with all the previous trial, I think mostly we all agreed. But yeah, a lot of divisions in this one. But yeah, it's okay. Well, that's about it. I look forward to listening to closing arguments tomorrow. I want to know, I'm assuming Owens is going to do the closing arguments, even though, yeah, no, Owens says he's going to wave that dollar bill around. Owens, get James Egan to do it. I think James Egan will do a really good job with closing arguments. James Egan, but I think it's going to be Owens. And then as far as closing arguments on the plaintiff's team, it's probably going to be maybe that dude again, right? But he did such a bad job, in my opinion. He's not a good public speaker. He was just sitting there reading his paper. And it's okay to have a script or it's okay to have notes, references, but just reading it there. And he was like, remember what he said? He was like, it sounded like one of those like PSAs. He was like, skiing while distracted is bad. It is dangerous. And that is what Miss Gwyneth Paltrow did that day or something like that. It was very like, I don't know. It wasn't very effective in my opinion. I was just like, I know someone in chat mentioned James Egan looking like Clark Kent, and I can't unsee that. He really does. Oh, huggies to you guys as well. All the hugs. All the huggies. Owens and Egan, they're splitting it 45-15. You think so? Really? Oh, is that what they said? Sorry, did I miss it? They keep talking,
like
but...
the Muji one, I think.
By Kurt
form,
Smith.
First of all, didn't track. If you look at the bottom, or if you look just after the first part of the verdict form, where it talks about Terry Sanderson's two questions about Gwyneth Paltrow, the instructions don't track. And then the other thing is it has nothing about the counterclaim. And I'm not sure how, you've got, so we're dealing with comparative fault, and it's not really clear how that's going to work with the counterclaim on your form. So I think it's close. I mean, I prefer the language that you guys have because that's what's from the website form. I understand, I'm willing to use other language if you want to. But
Oh, I missed it. I've been having stomach issues because I've been eating canned foods and frozen foods, and I haven't had that in a very long time. It's really messing up my stomach right now. But I refuse to cook this week. And I should have just fucking cooked because my stomach is really messed up.
I guess I'm looking to you to put together the verdict form.
Yeah, we prefer that. Defense
Aw,
counsel may have
thanks,
other ideas.
Lucy. I have two of them.
Yeah, we'll cooperate with them.
Right, okay. And then we can address it tomorrow when we appear at 8:15.
I don't know what he's doing. He's rolling around. He's a little happy.
Anyone who wants to argue.
Monster. He's a monster.
Just a country boy. You like that?
But he's just a simple country lawyer. Did we just say that at the same time?
So, Your Honor, we did file both parties. I want to make sure you have what both parties submitted. Do you? Pre-trial.
For the verdict form?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, you have that.
Yes.
I'm going to be working on closing, so is this a burden to place on you for you to put together your favorite?
I spent some time with it, and I couldn't put the two together. I admit that I could spend more time on it, but you've got some, I guess, more junior lawyers that could probably figure it out between the two sides.
Yes, I'm not trying to add a burden. Okay, James, can you be in charge of our special verdict form tonight?
And if you want to email.
I know. I usually give people shit about what they eat. Typically my sister. Like when I see someone checking out at the grocery store and it's all frozen food and canned foods, I'm like, but I was that person. Okay, a couple of days ago, that was me. I had a bunch of frozen food. I had some SpaghettiOs. just once in a while thing. I rarely eat like this stuff. It was because I didn't want to cook this week. I didn't want to cook at all this week, and I didn't want to order takeout. So
Mail it as soon as you guys agree on something, then maybe I can have a heads up before we meet tomorrow. Okay. The only other alternative, Mr. Owens, is I guess to recess after the evidence and to take the time to get it hammered out. And we'll have to do that if we can't agree before then. Tomorrow. So.
Could we both get a final count too on time?
Yes,
both sides would like that.
Excellent point.
Hi, Thor.
Here, I'll get that put together.
You know, yesterday they stayed in court until, I don't know, I checked back at 6:30 and they were still in session for court. Well, sorry, not in session, but they were still, all the lawyers were there. I think they were working on the jury form or the jury instruction form. Oh my God, I felt so bad for them because it was 5:30 my time. And I was like, oh, wow, the trial is still going live. What's going on here? And yeah, they're all still in there. So claps for them for working so hard. Crazy. Wild. It's amazing how you're so patient. It depends. I'm a very impatient person. That's why I watch things at 2 times speed when you guys aren't around usually. I'm like, just get to the point of it. Just take me there. But yeah, it depends. You've been watching this boring trial really since the start? Well, actually, I mean, because trials are not supposed to be exciting. They're not supposed to be entertaining, but I don't know. To me, they just are. I think just having so many different personalities, strong personalities, with all the lawyers, the judges are usually really chill, the different spicy witnesses, family members and all that stuff. Trials are pretty darn interesting. But sometimes we don't have time to listen to the whole thing. We just listen to like opening statements and closing statements and certain testimonies. Honestly, I was not planning on watching the trial in its entirety. I just wanted to check out the opening statements. And then I was like, we might as well just listen to the witness. And it was Craig Ramone. And I was like, oh, this testimony is interesting. Well, let me hear another witness. And then we finally got to Gwyneth Paltrow. And I was like, okay, now I got to hear from Terry. I got to see what Terry is saying. And then when Terry went, I was like, well, now I got to hear what Gwen is saying from her expert. So it was not really my intention to watch the trial. I didn't want to be burned out because I was really tired after the Murdoch trial stuff. I was like, okay, I need to take a break from trial. And then this popped up and I was like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, we don't talk about she who must not be named anymore. We leave her alone now. I'm just kidding. I totally mentioned her earlier today. I didn't mean to though. I don't know. I hope she's doing her own thing. Oh man. Well, you keep your up after I missed it. Wait, what happened, Moon? I should probably work out today. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow for closing statements, and then I look forward to hearing the rebuttals. I hope they can get at least Dr. Fong back because that expert witness, she completely destroyed Dr. Fong and even talked crap about her clinic and her boot camp and stuff and her method. Oh, I got to see what Dr. Fong. I need to see her clap back on all of this, and then I hope the rest. I didn't watch the Daryl one in its entirety. Thank God I didn't. I think that one would have drove me nuts. I watched I think Law and Crime, or was it Court TV? They chopped up like the highlights, and I watched that with you guys, I think. Yeah. But the Daryl Brooks one would have been way too much for my head. I'm really glad that I didn't watch that entire thing. That would have made me really pissy. But yeah, but thank you so much. Oh, you're driving. Oh, I'm sorry, Moonless. I'm ending my stream now. But if you missed it earlier, you can just hit the rewind button, rewind button. But thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate everyone being here. Maybe even you, Betty, but I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for lurking. And I will see everyone tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to head on out. I'm going to settle the stomach issue. maybe I can work out. I'm going to try to work out, but I feel like working out's kind of tough sometimes when your stomach's like, all right. Yeah, I'll see everyone tomorrow. If you're new here, don't forget to join the Discord. Feel free to hit the like button if you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys a different day. For my channel, aside from true crime stuff and covering criminal courses, civil cases, I also have other things on my channel. It's a little bit all over the place, but yeah, I do vlogs, travel, food stuff, and gaming and streaming tips. So check it out if you want.